Welcome to Unleashing Natural Humanity Presents, our Full Spectrum Foundations class. I am your host and guide, Eric Rains, and I am absolutely thrilled to be here to teach you guys how to do this stuff. So today what we're going to be going through is deep level body awarenesses that go from layer to layer, from the skin to the muscles to the bones, deeper inside of the body until we can actually start to feel the spark of our soul, which is the vital life force essence that actually animates the body, I guess you could say. And what we're going to learn how to do with this is once we can contact and understand that awareness, because it's not that this is something that you don't have going on, it's just something that you're lacking in awareness for right now. And as we gain these awarenesses, we're going to start stacking these frequencies and understandings together. And we're going to build up this body level of awareness to the point that we can start moving the blood flow congruently through the body with intention. And once we can do that, we can start stacking other frequencies into that as well. And so specifically what we're going to be going through is a general run through of the spirit energies, the emotional energies. And we're going to learn how to create high vibratory emotions such as joy and excitement. That way we can actually use those to turn up the information inside of our body and the resonance of what we do want to experience. And then the places that are hidden inside of you that are holding on to these damages, these things from the past that hold on to nasty emotion, whenever you find yourself dwelling on them and that emotion pops up, it means that you have a connection directly to that moment in time right now. So it's literally a frozen bit of time. When you start creating these positive, powerful vibrations in the body, what ends up happening is it's almost like you're lifting these things up to the surface. That way they become obvious, they become aware, and then you can take care of them and clean them out. And then the other level that we're going to go through is mind. So mind, body, and spirit. And mind is literally just the frequencies. It's the light, the spectrum. And now, if you are of the group of people who is quite a big majority, actually, who doesn't know how to visualize or can't visualize light inside of the body, perfectly okay. Because you can create sensation. You can create the feeling of light. And so what we're going to be doing is every single time we go through a different phase of awareness, I'm going to kind of stop the group. We're going to come back into ourselves, drop back into the conscious understanding of the body, and then really try to tie in those neurological pathways. Because when we start tuning in on the body language levels, when we start opening up the heart, the brain, and the intestines to work congruently with each other, what ends up happening is it's oftentimes like you've got your brain and all your focus is inside of this ball in the head. And then all of a sudden, when you drop that awareness into the body, it's like you took a coffee cup's worth of information and dumped it into a bucket. And so it's still the same amount of information, but it's not enough. And it has to then fill the bucket in order to experience and fully exist inside of it with that full understanding. And so when this happens, oftentimes it's really easy to blank out or forget what you're doing or completely forget the past 5 minutes or even fall asleep. And this is actually really common. So if it doesn't happen to you, if it does happen to you, don't worry about it. You know, just come back to where you're at, bring your focus in, try to follow along with the rest of the group. And when we have these breaks where we're coming back, I'll ask everybody if they have any questions or anything like that. And that way we can really kind of get this awareness fine-tuned in. Once we learn how to tune into these foundations, once we learn how to tune into this trifecta of movement inside of the body, you have the mind, the body, and the spirit that you can tune into very high vibrational emotions and energies with. And then you can start using that to detect anything that's dark with the light, detect anything that refuses to laugh with that smile energy, find anything that's stuck on the pulmonary or the physical levels with the breath and the flow through the body. Once we have that, we can start learning techniques to actually supercharge these types of awarenesses. And so I'm really going to be putting you guys through the paces today. And here's the thing, you're getting a recording of this. That's why this is all going to be pristine right here. So by the way, before we move on that level, try to keep your microphones muted for the most part while we're going through the meditations. That way, when you do go through the recording, you can just go right to the meditation and there's no distraction or anything like that. And we'll have time for questions afterwards. Now, after that segue here, where was I at? Okay, so we're going to be learning the techniques, and then when we start to supercharge these energies inside of the body and find activation, that's where we can create enough of a strength to start moving outside of the body. And when we can do that, that's when we can start doing distance energy work. And we're all going to be practicing with each other today and learning how to move from here to there. And so right now you guys see me on the screen and you can hear me, you can listen to me, you can feel what is going on here because you've got a direct connection to me electronically. We can do this anytime, anywhere, anywhen without electronics. But with electronics and a direct connection like that, it's super simple, it's super easy. And so if there's people who don't have cameras working, it's perfectly okay. That means there's an opportunity for us to go through the actual microphone and the voice inflection to find the people. And if you can't get your microphone to work and the video doesn't work, that's even better, because then we have an opportunity to know who we're going for and then reach them without any of these crutches, I guess you could say. So we've got a really lengthy marathon and energy work coming up right here. And again, if you find that you're falling back, if you find that your focus is flagging, if you're getting tired, perfectly okay. Once we get through this, you can always come back, you can learn it again, you can strengthen yourself, and you can try to make it all the way through. But the thing about these techniques are, I'm literally walking you on a path of words into sensations that you can create on your own. And when you create these sensations on your own, it doesn't take anywhere near as long as it will today to actually bring them up into full fruition. You just need to know where that doorway and where that path is. That way you can turn it on yourself. And this is the whole purpose of this right here. This isn't the end-all be-all of what you're going to experience today. This is literally the gateway opening. This is the doorway that is starting to expand open so that you can start to tune into full mind, body, spirit resonance and experience reality the way that it's supposed to be experienced, outside of just the physical sensations of sight, taste, touch, hearing, and smell. I believe that's about everything that I need to cover right there. And so when we start getting into this, again, I really just want you to recognize that being gentle, taking it easy on yourself, and not really worrying about if you're, quote, doing it right, that doesn't matter. None of this matters. What matters is if it works for you. And so if I'm telling you to do something and you find that you have another more powerful way to create a stronger sensation, because it's the sensation that matters. That's what we're going after. That's what the energy resonance is a creation of. And if you find a different way to do it that's stronger, or in the future, if you find my techniques are able to make something else that you're already doing a lot stronger, there is no right way to do this. The only right way is the right way for you, and that follows the path of comfort. And so if you have a question, like if I'm doing this right, or if I'm doing this right, or do I need to do this, or do I need to do that? Answer is always however you are most comfortable, however it feels the strongest for you. And so really just kind of take away that driving need to get it right, because that's all cerebral, and we aren't going to be working in the brain today. We're going to be working in the entire body. And so it's going to be a really fun process. It's going to be a bit of a lengthy process because we've got a full class today as well, but just stick with it. And if you do need to actually leave or anything like that, just let me know. And we'll try to make sure that we get the energy work on you guys first, and then we'll just move through everybody else. Now, normally what I do at this point in time is I just kind of go through everybody and I say, hi, what are you here for? What are you looking to learn? You know, what brings you to this area? So on and so forth. But with these big classes, we kind of don't have time for a lengthy discourse. So we're just going to actually kind of pop on all at once right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and unmute everybody, and let's see how this chaos starts to work its way out. Just kind of pop on, say your name, say who you are and what you're here for, and we will figure this out as it goes.
This is Carrie May.
Hi, Carrie May.
And I'm just here to get some more tools in my
toolbox.
Definitely. That's exactly what we're all here for. And you've definitely come to the right place. There are a lot of really amazing tools here that we can start to utilize almost immediately. And again, like, you're going to have a recording of this, and it's going to be something that you can go back for anytime, anywhere, anywhen. And if you don't get it right the first time, quote unquote, you can always train. And that's what this is about. It's building a resonance and a strength inside of you that becomes such a strong energy that you've built up that it starts to resonate outwards. And it just turns into like a sun or a star. And there's no amount of shadow that can shut down a star. The star or the sun, it stops shining when it feels like it. So that's what we're here for.
Hi, Eric. It's Leanne Parker.
Hi. Hi, Leanne. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I am here to just reclaim more and more and more of myself back.
I am definitely glad to hear that. So a lot of people don't really understand what it means to reclaim yourself because they don't understand that they're missing anything. And that's the awareness levels that a lot of the planet is stuck inside of right now. And it's people who came from a higher vibration, who are in this planet right here specifically to experience these energies, to feel these blockages and this lack of freedom of movement the way that we're supposed to have on the mind and the body and the spirit levels, specifically to change it. You know, once you're a part of the system and you've created those aspects of the system, that means it's yours. And so when you start to shift and you start to reclaim pieces of yourself that you know are out there, what ends up happening is that you start to change the entire system around you just by proxy. It's like a side effect of you fixing yourself. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you. And thank you for guiding us.
You are very welcome. All right, so it looks like Sandy. I don't think I can unmute you here. So Sandy, there's a chat box down in the bottom, and it looks like we might actually have somebody that we need to tune into through the without the microphone or the video camera there. So Sandy, if you wanted to say anything in the chat box down below, that'll definitely be a lot more easier for you to communicate there. Now, it looks like we've got a few other people who are popping in right here. It looks like beautiful you. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's actually, that's Enan. I thought
Oh,
that's
hi,
the
Enan.
password.
Hi,
Yes,
Enan.
thank you. Enan Starlight.
Well, I'm really glad to see you here. I'm really excited to see what you get out of this. It's going to be really fun to see what the energy and the group situation does for you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, the reason I'm here just to become like a son like you.
Thank you. You know, and it's if I can do it, anybody can do it. I'll tell you what, like if you guys met me 10 years ago, you wouldn't recognize me. I'm not the same person. And the amount of transformation that I've gone through to get to this place is absolutely massive. And it was just, you know, one foot in front of the other and recognizing what I wanted to go for, and I just kept on going for it. And what evolved was the techniques that I'm actually about to show you guys today. So it's going to be really fun to see how that works out.
Yay.
All right, so it looks like we've got a 517-214-7755. Can you hear me?
That's me, Carrie Mae.
Oh, hi, Carrie Mae. So it looks like you're in two different spots here. Oh, no, I don't see Carrie.
Well, that's,
oh, wait, I do.
as long as I'm here and present, that's all that matters.
Okay, yeah, you're here. You're good to go. All right, so we've got Martina. Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing today?
Hi, good, how are you?
I am doing quite well. So what brings you here today?
Well, I'm used to clearing myself, but I've never tried clearing other people, so for some reason I've avoided that, but I think I should start learning that.
So it wasn't until I actually started clearing out other people that I started to really understand how these systems work. And specifically because when we start recognizing that we have blockages inside of ourselves and we start working on them and cleaning them out, it's almost an impossible task to see the whole entire framework because we have so much of our ego built up inside of it, so much of the programming that's automatic that we don't even realize isn't normal. And so when we actually start cleaning things out inside of us, it gives us insight to help other people clean out, because then we can create the energy flow outside of our bodies and do the exact same thing that we did for ourselves. But then it starts to let us see from the outside, and we can actually see how things are blocked up inside of them, and we can actually apply those techniques directly to the internal work on ourselves. And so when you start playing around with this, when you start exploring your consciousness, your awareness inside of this, and you start helping other people out, it's like this reflection that just keeps on bouncing back and forth and back and forth, and you just bring it higher and higher and higher until you have a really clear, complete understanding of the way this works. And I find that the path to self-mastery, it involves helping other people. And it's simply because you can't really understand these systems unless, you know, you completely detach from society and you go hide out in a cave for like 4 or 5 years. And who's got time for that, you know? So, but that's what we're here for, you know? It's to figure out not just how to clear ourselves out, because clearing ourselves is literally nothing more than releasing trauma. And once we release trauma, once we release the damage and the baggage from the past, we can go into activation, which was holding on to emotions and frequencies that are so powerful and so clean that they start to change reality around us. So thank you for joining us.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, so let's get Michelle. I haven't heard you speak yet. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I am having a fantastic time. I'm super excited to show you guys how to do this.
Yeah, so I am, like Leanne, I'm really excited to get myself back. I've recently worked with Barbara Buck.
Ah, amazing woman. Absolutely amazing woman.
So awesome. Yeah, she said that she hung out with you a while back. In
Yeah,
Oregon.
she's actually going to be at my retreat here in July, beginning of July.
Oh, Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I'm really interested in learning how to protect myself and shield myself. I take on other people's stuff so much, and I'm really getting tired of it, of not having the right tools to protect my own energy.
That is actually a really, really good one right there. Thank you for bringing that up. So Cameron Day, he actually brought me into this awareness to begin with. The simple act of what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours. It's not, you know, like give me that, that's mine, or take your nasty stuff. It's like simply a statement of, hey, this is mine and that's yours. This belongs here, that belongs there. And when you understand how to do these energetic fields of movement inside of the body and you start applying it with that sensation right there, it creates a very powerful, not protection, because when you're trying to protect yourself, it's almost like you're drawing in things you need to protect yourself from. It's almost like you're creating a distinction or a barrier. It's like you're turning into oil while everything else is water. And that doesn't draw in anything. That's just a statement of fact right there. And then the other end of that, like if you have etheric parasites or entities, implants, things along those lines, the bottom line is that they need food, right? So if they need food, if we know how to find what they're eating and we clean that out, all of a sudden they don't have anything to grab a hold of. And these guys, they're very low density. They're a hard type of a system, meaning that when you look at it from that perspective, it's almost like we have liquid and gas and things that you can't really grab a hold of. And then we have heavy things. We have hard things that don't move. And these things are very solid. They're very dense. And our natural state without trauma, without damage, without blockage is like liquid or gas. You know, you can't grab a fistful of it. And so that's why they need the trauma. They need the angers, the shames, the guilts, the whatever it might be, that when we feel these things, it's something that it's a familiar pattern. And even if we don't recognize it's familiar, once you start digging into it, you recognize, oh, every single time I feel this, it's because of this. And I feel that and that happens. Oh, okay, so that starts to make sense. And then what ends up going on is the process of finding the places that these guys are going after for food. And eventually, like in the beginning, it's a pretty heavy clearing process. You know, you start finding these things, you start going through them and releasing them. You might having emotions coming up from that, like a Herxheimer reaction. When you release toxicity physically in the body, you have an experience of that toxicity leaving. It's not as intense as being poisoned by it, but as it's leaving, you feel it. And so you might have anger, you might have sadness, you know, you might have these things coming up, but the bottom line is once you start cleaning these out and getting rid of them, all of a sudden you start looking for things and you can't find stuff. And so then all of a sudden you don't have any more things trying to push in and attack. And so the next time that you do have an etheric attack, all you have to do is follow what they're going after right back to its source. And it's like, you know, thank you so much, buddy. Like I've been looking for 2 weeks for this thing, you know, like, and who else do we have on our team 24/7 trying to show us exactly where we need to work, you know? And it's like, hey, you can't stay here, but thank you. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm most excited about that.
Yeah. You don't need to protect yourself when there's nothing to protect. You know, it's, you turn into a sun, you turn into a star, and anything that's dark, they get undone just by being near you. And that's the beauty of all of this. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alrighty, so it looks like we've got a chat real quick here. So Sandy says, okay, I have a new computer, so hopefully I will figure out the sound. If not, I will type. Qigong and alchemy have changed my life, and I'm looking for more healing skills for my healing practice. I'm around addicts, and your information will help me to help them. Addiction, oh my goodness, this one right here. So addiction is literally nothing more than training your body to trigger to a specific substance to create dopamine. That's it. That's literally it. And so if we can hack the body to learn how to create dopamine directly, you can start retraining your body in healthy triggers that are self-induced instead of needing a substance from the outside to actually induce that. So it's going to be really interesting to see what's going on here when we start tuning into that smile energy, because like here, I'll just tell you the way this works real quick here. Now, the smile energy, when we smile, when we feel happy, when we feel that bubbling up inside that makes us smile, and that joy, just it shows up and lights up the face. That's not your happiness. This is a symptom of your happiness. The energy is what you feel that creates that smile. What we're going to learn how to do is actually breathe the feeling of that smile back into the body, and this triggers the release of dopamine. This actually starts to retrain your body and your ability to be healthy in the way that the brain balances itself. And if I can do this, anybody can do this. I'm a Native American Indian and an Irishman. And these two genetic pathways, my God, I got kicked in the head when it came to alcoholism. And if I can go and drink a glass of wine right now and not be feeling any addiction or compulsion or need to drink more afterwards, compared to where I used to be, to where if I didn't get out of bed and take 3 or 4 shots of whiskey, I'd start shaking. And that was at 23 years old. And if I can get out of that, anybody can. I was addicted to methamphetamines. You know, like some of the hardest things in the world to kick out of the body. Cigarettes were actually the worst thing for me to kick because it wasn't a dopamine release. It was actually a release of the tension and the stress inside of the muscle memory. And so the nicotine actually tricks the body to start to relax. And so you get more blood flow, you get more opening, and then it all starts to close back up again. And then you have to open it back up with the nicotine gateway. And so like these techniques right here are actually very, very powerful for those addictions. And when you feel that urge, like I have to do this now, it's starting to get like, oh, that right there, that feeling is that hollowness. It's the vacuum that's opening up, that's demanding that fill of dopamine. That's literally it. And so if you start inhaling that smile energy into that feeling, you can push it off for an hour. And then, you know, you might want to try to push it off for an hour after that. But if you slip and you fall, you know, it's all about being kind with yourself and recognizing that every time you fall, it's a roadmap in learning what not to do again the next time. So, you know, you stop failing and you start learning, you know, until you succeed. And for addicts, this type of work right here, it's life-changing. You know, I say this from personal experience. It is truly life-changing. And again, if you guys would have met me 10 years ago, you would have never even recognized me because I'm not the same person anymore. And it was through my own consciousness and recognizing there was something more. And I have, quote, pieces of myself that I didn't have access to. And so this journey is why I started. This is how I ended up here, and this is why I'm learning. So thank you so much there, Sandy. Okay, so I see another number here. We've got a 360-531-4883. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, my name's Juliet. I live in the Olympic Peninsula.
Oh, what's that? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I live in the Olympic Peninsula in Washington.
Oh, beautiful. It's really, really gorgeous up there. I'm actually in the Monmouth area. It's about 15 miles outside of Salem in Oregon.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I'm going to be at your Mount Shasta workshop, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, beautiful. I'm really excited about that one. So the thing about the retreats, and especially when we can have an immersion where it's an extended period of time, and we do this for more than just 3 or 4 days in a row, not only can I show you how to do a lot of the stuff that I'm actually going to teach you guys today, we're going to go into the first day. This is going to be a class very similar to this one right here. And then we're going to start applying it into stretching the body, into Qigong, into yoga, into trauma release exercises. And so I can't actually show you guys that stuff on online. Like I have to physically be there to see that the posture is correct, to see things are in alignment. And when we start actually tuning into these, it's absolutely life-changing. Like I have, this is going to be my 3rd one, and I grow more from these retreats with you guys than I do the whole entire year working by myself. And it's phenomenal. Like I haven't ever experienced anything that even comes close to this yet. And I've had people who have gone to some very high-level retreats from some very well-known names, and the results are hands down fantastic. They don't even compare to what we're able to achieve here in these. And I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody. I just know that how the body works a little bit easier. And with these understandings inside of the body, these immersion retreats are just, I am really excited to be there. I can't wait for the end of June. Like, hurry up, come on, time. So I'm really excited to teach you that. And, you know, more importantly, the amount of understanding that we start to get when we do these things day after day, when we start to feel the deep releases inside of the musculature inside of the body, it opens up flow to the point that there is a activation, there's an expansion and a knowledge of self that starts to actually shift inside of reality. And when you combine a group of people together doing this all at one time, you can do some very, very powerful manifestation work. And so that's actually some of the things that we're going to be doing near the end of the retreat. Once we're all really open and clean and we know how to tune into these energies and these powerful frequencies and shift these layers and these lenses. Once we do that, we're all going to be doing some group manifestation work, and we can put in what we want to see into the world for everybody inside of the center. And then we can start broadcasting that out into the world, and it changes lives. It's really an amazing process, and I'm excited that you're going to be here.
Yay, I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be lovely.
Me as well. I can't wait for the end of June. I feel like a kid waiting on a Disneyland trip or something like that. All right, let's get you muted here. Let's see. Have we gotten through everybody? It looks like everybody has spoken and been muted here. All right, so we actually got through that a bit faster than we normally do with these big groups like that. Sometimes these actually last almost like an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes in the beginning, but we got to get through this. We've got a limited amount of time. I don't want to just really kind of run you through the grinder too much. And in order to start getting this done, we just have to start getting it done. So with that being said, let's start in the actual instruction right here. And in order to start tapping into calming the body into the space to where our awareness has enough flow to be able to activate inside of these levels, all we have to do is start dropping our consciousness out of the alpha and the beta states of the brain deeper into the delta, the omega, and the theta states. And one of the simplest and the easiest ways to do this, it's like pressing the button of rest and relax, is simple belly breathing. So let me just demonstrate this real fast. So let me pull my shirt back here. So this is my belly button. These are my hips right here. This is my solar plexus. And when I take a deep breath in, watch what happens. Let me show you the chest here too. So I'm going to do the exact same thing with the belly, but watch how much the chest inflates as well. It's not like I'm isolating just inside of the abdomen. I'm getting everything. Everything's opening. And when you're doing this, you want to use strain as your limit of breath. And so if you're straining to inhale and you get right up to the point to where any more and it's uncomfortable, drop right underneath that. So come up, touch it, kiss it, and then drop back down and release. And what this is doing is we're not trying to force the body to let go. What we're doing is finding the comfortability of the body where it's comfortable, and then we're stretching it a little bit beyond that and then releasing this. And this starts to open up the elasticity inside of the lungs, and this physically starts to make the lung capacity bigger. Now on the exhale, this is the opportunity to really start calming down the body. The exhale is where everything relaxes, meaning that once we get into this and you can feel your musculature, you're going to notice how much everything is working on the inhalation. The exhale, you completely and totally relax. Everything completely lets go. And so for the exhale, we're going to heighten that sensation by not pushing the air out, not holding onto it with the mouth or the throat, but inhaling up to the top, and then completely and totally releasing and letting it go. Let's go ahead and sink into this for about, maybe 30, 45 seconds or so. And close your eyes and really start to feel the stretching of the movement. Focusing on relaxing the tummy, unclenching the pelvic floor, unclenching the abdomen, and inhaling and stretching open the belly. And releasing and letting it go. And as you're paying attention to this breathing, put my voice in the background. Stay informed and stay aware, but keep the majority of the attention on the breath. And already we've been doing this, even with slow, deep inhalations, long enough to start creating dizziness and relaxation. And here's where you want to really start paying attention to the sensations of the body and operate inside of comfortability. If you're breathing too fast, if you're getting too much oxygen, you're going to get dizzy. This is hyperventilation, it's oxygenation. Use that barrier to slow the inhalation down. But on the other end, if you're not breathing fast enough, you're going to get hypoxia. You're going to have oxygen starvation and have that uncomfortable sensation. Use that barrier to speed the inhalation up and start finding that comfort between too fast and too slow. And find that perfect middle spot right in the center. That's perfect for you, not anyone else. but you. Very good. See, I'm seeing people already starting to open up some flow there. That's good stuff. All right, now this is still a cerebral breathing pattern, meaning that you have to concentrate on it. You're saying to your body, deep breath in and relax, deep breath in and relax. And what we're gonna do, very simple perspective shift, but this moves everything out of the brain and into the body. Start paying attention to the sensations of the skin moving underneath the clothes. Feel how that inhalation, it stretches the muscles out and skin stretches on top of it, creating this gliding, brushing movement. That right there, that sensation, just by paying attention to it, it's already much stronger. And here's where you're going to practice your first body language command, your first language of light understanding. And I call this one the volume dial. Pretend like you've got a volume dial attached to these sensations inside of the skin, and on the inhalation, flex your will and crank that volume dial up as high as it'll go, and feel these sensations even harder, even more. And turn this up with each inhalation. This is where you have to learn how to work without working, how to strain without straining. Make the sensations happen. Stop asking the body. Stop hoping. Stop wishing. Tune in and turn it up and make it happen. Already, we're getting bioelectric activation. Pay attention to that feeling of movement. Some of you are already starting to get that tingling sensation. That's clean bioelectric flow right there. But what's happening is as you're tuning into this, if you don't feel that tingling, feel how the skin is getting warmer. Feel how there's a sensation of softness, destabilizing things, not moving. And there's like a flow, a gentle hum. That right there. Tune in and turn this up. Very good. Now what's happening here is not that you're growing nerves in the area. You can't grow nerves like that, not without increased focus and understanding of the way the body works. But what you are doing is you're turning up the amperage of the bioelectric flow that your nervous system uses to communicate. And the amperage is turning up so much that it's sparking inside of the iron and the water, which are electromagnetically conductive elements inside of the blood. This is turning on the liquid crystal of the blood flow, because blood is synonymous with chi, and chi is synonymous with blood. This is just the outer layer of the body, and already things are feeling more open. Things are feeling smoother. It's almost like there's a sense of relaxation starting here. And this is simply because you have been in this deep belly breathing process because you're not paying attention to it with the brain. It's in the background now. And staying inside of the deep belly breathing long enough, it de-triggers the body and it forces it to relax. And as you activate the bioelectric flow, you dissolve blockage. Turn it up. Now that we can feel these sensations in the skin very strongly just by paying attention, we're going to do things on purpose with it now. What I want you to do is just gently lay your left hand out in your lap. I'm going to put it here so that you can see it, but I want you to rest. Just drop it into your hand, and then take your other, or into your lap, and take your other hand, and ever so gently start at the tips of the fingers, and turn that volume dial up of sensation as you drag your hand back up the palm, all the way up the arm, up into the chest. And then as you let go, feel the after echoes of that pathway. It's almost like the sensation is hyperactivated. There's feeling there. Let's do the other side now. And feel how powerfully you can tune into the sensations in the skin. And ever so gently, start to move the hands back and forth, feeling all of that skin activation, opening up movement underneath. Recognizing how you can feel your muscles being tight and pulling, how the tendons are shifting underneath the surface. And start to move the wrists in circles, turning up the volume dial, feeling how this creates movement in the forearms, all the way up into the elbows. And turn this up, straightening out the arms, slowly stretching, feeling the biceps and the triceps of the upper arm moving, and start shifting everything all the way up into the shoulders, moving them up and down, and feeling how much more awareness you have just by paying attention and creating movement. Now let the body relax. Drop the hands into the lap. And inhale and turn this up and feel how much stronger this is already. This is just the outer layers of the body. We were just playing around with some of the deeper layers. Let's go there with intention now. Inhale and turn that volume dial up, feeling the tingling and movement in the skin explode. And on the exhale, drop that awareness under the skin right into the musculature, specifically the muscles of the abdomen and the chest. As you inhale, stretch right up to that point of where you're straining to inhale, and stop right underneath that, feeling how much you stretch, how much opens. And as you keep pushing for more breath into the body, nice and gently, notice where you can feel the muscles connecting into the bones. The whole entire bottom of the rib cage connects to the entire abdominal wall that goes down to the entire top of the pelvis. Feel when you balloon open your tummy, how it stretches, how the obliques on the sides connect in and create that side support as the front blossoms and blooms open. Feel how each exhale, each relaxation starts to let go the work being done inside the muscles. And just like inside of the skin, flex your will and turn this up. Feel this tingling sensation going deep inside the body, starting to echo through the bones, the muscles, all the way out to the skin. We know that there's a lot of movement on the front of the body, but let's pay attention to the back now. Tune into the hips and the lower back, and as you inhale, slow that breath down. You're hyperoxygenated. You could hold it for a minute now if you wanted to. Slow that inhalation to a crawl, and watch how you can turn up that volume dial even higher and even louder with more time to turn it up. And feel those muscles moving and sliding around the bones, connected to the bones, pulling, pushing, creating structural support and movement. Pay attention to how even the pelvic floor has movement at the top of the breath. As you exhale, start to consciously let go and relax all the places that you're holding on to that are tight, stretching the breath open. Gently relaxing, feeling everything drop just a little bit more. Start paying attention to everything from the solar plexus down to the pelvic floor. Inhaling into the entire abdominal cavity, feeling how the stomach stretches open on the front, the sides, and the movement on the back, the movement on the bottom. Tune in and turn this up and start mapping out the inner structure of your skeleton. You can't feel the bones the same way you feel the muscles, but they're so easy to pay attention to by feeling where the muscles are not. Bring the awareness up above the solar plexus into the rib cage. Feeling as you inhale the shoulder blades floating on the back fascia above the rib cage, stretching and opening as the ribs hinge around the spine. Follow this around the sides of the body to where the rib cage is stretching underneath the armpits, moving on the sides of the body. Follow this all the way to the front, the center of the chest, the sternum, where all the ribs are hinging, where most often there's a whole bunch of tension right here. Most people have no idea. Stretch open the inhalation into the chest, feeling the resistance, feeling the spaces that are holding on and not letting you get a deeper breath. This is very deep muscle awareness. Once you have awareness, you can start working inside of it. What I want everybody to do right now is turn that volume dial up so loud that that inhalation starts to uncover microscopic Velcro that's gluing and hooking all your muscle cells and ligaments together. And on the exhale, undo the Velcro, dissolve the Velcro. Start off with a couple breaths here, feeling the effects that that exhale has on the body. How the attention, the feeling of releasing that Velcro starts to drop the shoulders with each breath just a little bit more. How you can feel your jaw beginning to relax and unhinge as the throat and the chest mirror each other and start to open up and relax. And here's where you can start using any tool together that you want. Just because you learn something in one place does not mean that it has to stay there. Start turning up the volume dial on the exhale. Use that inhale to turn this awareness up so loud and so intense that you can't help but feel where it's holding on. And as you exhale, release that Velcro and start to strain to relax. Working, pushing, trying as hard as you can to let go. It's a very, very odd dichotomy, but once you feel it, you can turn it up. You can make it stronger. And there's 3 spots, well, technically 4 because the knees there's 2 of them. But there's 3 spots that I want you to start tuning into right now. The center of the throat, the solar plexus, and the centers of the knees. And as you inhale, turn this awareness up as loud as you can inside of each of these places. And on the exhale, dissolve the Velcro. Let's start really with the knees, focusing on like there's frozen chunks of hard things inside the knees that are melting and breaking loose on that exhale, opening up blood flow. Feeling the solar plexus, almost like how when you take a rag and you wind it up too tight to wring it out and it develops that knot in the center. It's like that knot is releasing, it's letting go. Feel how the front of the spine, behind the voice box, starts to tremble and then release, letting go the tension in the throat. Tune into all 3 of these places at the same time, inhaling awareness in, feeling the stretching and the movement of the breath, exhaling and release, feeling the entire body relax. This is how we start opening up flow. That way we can create very powerful bioelectric activation. Once we do this, we're all going to join in into a high vibratory container. That way we can all start doing the energy work together. It'll be a lot of fun. What I want you guys to do now, you've got the bioelectric activation. You know what this feels like. What we need to do is start creating movement inside of the body that we can replicate, that we can follow, that we can put in places that brings that bioelectric movement. And the way that we do that is simply creating movement inside of the body. And the easiest one is the breath. What I want everybody to do is put that skin, muscle, bone awareness right into the nose and the nostrils. And as you inhale, start to follow that cool rush, that silky flow back through the face, back through the throat, down through the windpipe, and all the way down into the bottoms of the lungs near the solar plexus. And just like everywhere else, flex your will and turn that volume dial up. Feel this even stronger, more intensely. Start mapping out the hallways in your lungs by paying attention to the sensation, the feeling. Now start feeling that tingling sensation, that movement, that warmth starting to saturate the lung tissues. There it goes, starting to shine that tingling sensation outside of the body. It's not just a buzz, it's almost like it has a direction from the center of the chest going out. And turn this up. Feeling how there's almost a tingling buzz, a cloud of warmth around you. I want you to feel yourself standing in the group in a circle. Let's all focus in the center, and I'm going to open up a column of light, of heat, of joy, of unconditional love, of empathy and compassion, opening up this container right in the very center. Feel this heat radiating out, almost like the sun is shining on you, and ever so gently reach your hand towards it and touch. We're going to grow this container until we're nice and safe inside, quarantined and protected, easily able to do powerful work without outside interference. Very good. Now what I want everybody to do is we're going to go ahead and start to relax back into the body. We're going to come back into the cerebral and understand this from a different level. So slow the breathing down, gently wiggle the fingers, wiggle the toes, blink the eyes, rub the hands together and start making heat in the palms. Once you feel the heat, put the palms over the eyes, and big breath in like you're trying to pull this warmth into your head. Rub the face and relax. Coming back to the body, back to the shallow automatic breathing, and just feel what's going on inside the body right now. Paying attention to where you're noticing more movement, where you're noticing less movement, what's blocked, what's open, what feels better, what's not. And really just not judge any of these sensations, just observe, just pay attention. Right now, if anybody needs additional coaching on this level that does not feel the tingling sensations or any motion or movement whatsoever, unmute yourself or in the chat box, just let me know right now, and then we'll address that before we move on. Beautiful. Very good. All right. So oftentimes, there's usually not anybody once we get into a group like this and we start working together. It's almost like we create a resonance that shines outwards, that we can all use each other's energy to help clean ourselves out. And when you start cleaning out the blockage on that level, it's almost impossible not to feel these resonances, but there are some people who don't feel them. And sometimes we have to find workarounds because, again, if you can't visualize, if you can't see these things, it doesn't mean that you can't do it. It just means that you have to operate in a different way and you have to feel the effects of the light, not see the light, but feel the effects of it, the heat, the warmth, the intensity. And that right there, it's all about the sensation. So great job, guys. All right. And what we're going to do now that we have this bioelectric flow active, we're going to start to move it inside of the body, because this tingling buzz that you've created, this is a field inside of the blood that's moving independently of the heartbeat. It's almost like it's just staying activated inside of the musculature and doing what activated chi does, which is radiate. And what we're going to do now is start to move it. That way we gain a better command or an understanding of what this feels like inside of the body. And so what I want everybody to do, don't think about it. Feel it happen. Grow your lungs until they expand through your entire body, from the top of your head to the soles of your feet to the tips of your fingers. And as you inhale, follow even more intensely, turning this volume dial up as loud as you can possibly make it, and follow the breath back through the face and the throat and the chest. And use that inhalation to magnetically pull this feeling all the way through the entire body, filling yourself up as if you are a giant lung with the sensation of the movement, with the feeling of the tingling flushing through. And as you do this, Pay attention to the first places that start to respond with movement outside of the lungs, with tingling or flow or motion. These spots right here, inhale directly into them and turn that flow up and demand to move more and start pushing through anything blocking you that's not letting you inhale all the way into the tips of the fingers, the tips of the toes, and the tips of the head. Turn this up. And on the exhale, start to dissolve the Velcro. But you're connected into a lot more than just muscular now. We're going to practice with this for a good 30, 45 seconds or so, and then we're going to start adding frequencies into this, adding work to this. And so you have to understand the foundation of what it feels like, and then we can start building on top of that. And then that creates one sensation that you can build on top of with that. And as you exhale and release, inhale and turn the volume dial up even more, demanding the flow. Push through anything that's blocked. Push through anything that's stuck. And on the exhale, dissolve the stuck. Dissolve what's blocked. And here's where we're going to turn this exhalation up. Feel how each exhalation, as you release, there's gravity pulling down more intensely. Feel how the earth, if you jump up in the air, it's going to pull you right back down, and tune into how it's pulling the flesh down from the bones. And as you exhale, release and allow this gravity to let go the musculature with the weight, and then drop anything heavy, anything unwanted, anything sore, tight, emotionally damaged, mentally unstable, right into the gravity of the earth, and feel it burn up right in the fires of the planet below you. Start to turn this up, moving a massive wave of blood through the very center of the marrow of the bones, all the way through every cubic inch of soft tissue to dance that tingle across the skin. To exhale, to release a little bit deeper, a little bit further, to drop a little bit more weight right into the earth. Feeling how this literally starts to make you feel lighter, like you're a balloon starting to rise up. This is the feeling of lifting your vibration. You're dropping etheric weight. Everybody talks about this, but we don't know what it is. The weight of the world on your shoulders, carrying somebody else's burdens. All of these things, we talk about it, and we allude to the feeling. But that's just words. This is the sensation. And as you feel yourself starting to get lighter, turn that up as well. Don't just naturally lift up. Start to supercharge your ascension upward. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I really wish I was a better artist so I could draw some of the stuff that I see, but this is, I should be paying you guys for this show right now. Now what I want everybody to do here, we've got the movement inside of the body, we've got the flow. What we're going to start doing is activate an energy center. That way we have a, I guess you could say, a boost to the energy that we're pulling into the body. And so when you have all of your energy centers activated and working in conjunction, it's almost like you put an influx of chi into this spot, and it makes it bigger, it makes it stronger, and it moves it faster to this spot. That makes it bigger, that makes it faster, it makes it stronger, and it moves it to this spot. And it's a magnification of lensing and amperage inside of the body. And what we're going to do right now is start that off by opening up the lower dantian. Now, the lower dantian, this is the sacral chakra, or the womb space in women. And the reason that I use this one to start opening up is because you've got the intestines right in here, the small intestine, which is a joy generator, and then the large intestine around it, which actually traps and holds on to grief. Right behind them, you have the psoas muscles, which, if you don't know what the psoas muscles are, they actually connect right into the top of your thigh. And then the whole inside cup of the hip right here, this is all psoas. And then it hooks in on the front of the spine to every single vertebrae, all the way up into the solar plexus. And so when this starts to pull and get tight, it pulls you over forward, but it hurts back here because everything's getting pulled in that direction. So these muscles have to splint up back here in order to pull everything back. And how many times do we see people leaning forward saying that their back hurts? But let's think about this for a second. If I were to punch you in the stomach, or if I were to get punched in the stomach, that hurts. You're going to curl around it. You're going to go around it on the forward side. Just like if you got punched in the kidney in the back, you're going to bend over backwards. And so it's all about the posture and recognizing what that's doing inside of the body. Now, these psoas muscles hold on to more trauma and more tension than just about any other muscle in the body, including the neck and the shoulders, where everybody thinks that they have all their tension at. It's maybe, I'd say, about 20% as much as can fit inside of the psoas, if we break it down into numbers. And this holds on to trauma. This creates fight or flight responses. And then right next to the psoas muscles on the outside are the kidneys with, ding, ding, the adrenals. So when we open up this energy center right here, what ends up happening is not only do we start generating joy inside of the body with the intestines, with the serotonin that the intestines create, but we also start purging grief. We start finding places that are stuck inside of trauma, inside of muscle memory, and we start to release those as well as getting the kidneys to start opening. Now, the kidney meridians in particular, they create more chi flow in the body than any other meridian by a scope of about 50%. And so if your kidneys aren't operating correctly physically or energetically, you're not going to have as clean a flow inside of the body, and your energy work won't be anywhere near as powerful as if it was open and flowing. And so when we start to open up this energy center right here, the whole focus is on the feeling of what's inside of it. It's not about getting these techniques perfect. It's about creating the feeling inside of your body that lets you know that you've created that resonance right there. And so what we're going to do with this, the lower dantian, it's, again, the womb space in women right below the belly button, or the sacral chakra for men. And I want you to begin inhaling into this energy center here like there's a ball, like a stuck, dried up sponge that's round, and it's a big sphere that's been on the desert surface for 5 or 6 months. It's crusty, it's dried up, it's extremely dry. There's no liquid, no lubrication whatsoever. And as you inhale that tingling flow, pull it into that crusty driedness and pull it in, saturating it all the way to the very center. And now this is the key to activate. On the exhale, you're going to blossom this open almost like it's a flower. And it's going to bud at the top and then bloom down and around the sides. And if you look at the actual motion itself, so we inhale into the center, and then it blooms down and around the sides. This is a toroidal field that's opening up, but the toroidal field is kind of a hard visualization or feeling to create, but a flower blooming open and the petals going down and around the sides. Very simple, very easy sensation that we're very familiar with because we see this happen quite a bit in our physical lives. And so let's spend about 45 seconds to a minute really opening up this energy center here. And as you inhale into it, that exhale, this is like the Velcro release, but it's like on steroids. It's like times 20. This is the feeling of the Velcro release, but it's also of let go, of increased flow, of turn on amperage. And so it's doing a whole bunch of things all at one time. And you can do this as big or as small as you want inside or outside of the body, but we'll get to that here. So let's go ahead and start turning this on. Blossoming that feeling open, and use each out breath to make that blossoming sensation feel stronger, demanding the opening, feeling how there's a sensation of almost like an electric activation, a buzz, of blood flow, of movement. Feel how the lower back starts to soften, how the kidneys get flow. On that exhale, really start to relax the places that are tense from the belly button all the way to the pelvic floor. This is where we actually hold on to a lot of tension without knowing it. There we go. Start to grow these energy centers with each exhale, like you're blooming just a little bit bigger. And then on the inhalation, it's like you're blowing up a balloon. Start making this big, getting everything from the solar plexus all the way down to the pelvic floor, moving and shifting here. Beautiful. That's it right there. See, and everybody's working in such beautiful conjunction with each other. It's like this whole container is just lifting up because of you guys right now. Absolutely excellent. All right, so what we need to do now is we need to start actually activating the emotional energy inside of the body and create high vibratory emotions, simply because when we do that, we're not focusing on what's going wrong and on what's, messed up and damaged and blocked up. We're focusing on what we actually want to experience. And when we focus on that to the point that it activates, it becomes such a strong resonance that we can pull it into any place that's blocked or stuck or traumatized or damaged. And it has no choice but to undo the blockage, undo the damage, and start to release it. And in order to do this, again, the way that this works is that your smile is not your happiness. Your happiness is your energy that you feel inside of yourself. And then that creates the smile. And so we're going to reverse engineer this now that you know how to tap into the bioelectric field of the body and move it around. Which, by the way, this is where most people actually don't understand that you can access on the body. This is why there's so much attention here on this level. We have a mind, a body, and a spirit. Everything that doesn't have a body is way weaker than we are because we have true flesh. We have the blood flow, the actual chi that we can use to then create inside of reality. And there's so many energy workers that have incredibly powerful mind and spirit levels, but they don't access the body. And so you'll experience just amazing levels of light and emotion and energetic connection. But at the end of the day, the body still hurts. It's still dysfunctional. It's not doing the things that you want it to. It's not operating how you want it to. And this is how you bring in that full spirit trifecta. You bring everything in and you embody the feeling of the resonance inside of yourself, and then you can stack whatever you want inside of that. And right now, we're going to do that with joy. So go ahead and put a gentle smile on your face, and as you inhale, inhale directly into the dantian and blossom it open just like you were. But right now, you know what the feeling of the wind and the tingling feels like. Pay attention to that extra, that softness. It's almost like you're inhaling a warm honey that's dissolving anything tense all the way down. And right now, there's places you're realizing were tense that you had no idea until they started to unlock and become soft. As you're inhaling into this lower dantian, pay attention to the spaces that are becoming softer. And so if this isn't in the lower dantian, if this is in the chest or the solar plexus, start inhaling there. But what I want you to do is turn up the smile flow into that softness. And inside of that softness, what's happening is it's muscle memory release. There's almost a stutter stepping as the muscles let go. Calm. That right there, that fluttering, it's almost like a gentle butterfly flapping wings. Slight movement, a slight something. That something. Tune in and turn this up. Feel that beginning to echo back and forth, vibrating stronger and stronger and stronger until it explodes into the sound echoing laughter, moving through the wind and the tingling that you're shifting through the body. I find that my 2-year-old, when I tickle her, her guttural, unashamed belly laughter, that hysterical cackle of maniacal glee is hands down the strongest vibration I can move through my body. And in order to tap into little child laughter, you either have to have a very familiar reference for it by having a child, or I find this is a lot more powerful. As you're inside of this space right now, start feeling your body growing younger. Quantum reality states there is no time, there is no future, there is only now. And you have memories of then. So let's go to then, now. Feeling yourself becoming younger, going back into the early 20s. Feeling that brashness of youth. Going back into the teens. The preteens, feeling puberty starting to reverse as your little kid body starts to take precedence. Thin arms, thin legs, thin bones, light. Feel yourself shrinking back into your little child body, like 4 or 5 years old. Enough knowledge to comprehend what's going on in the world around you. Enough magic to still be excited about it. To look at the world as a little child, as magic, as pure amusement, as joy. And feel yourself as this little kid start to laugh. Think about something that used to just really drive you over the edge. For me, it was fart jokes, you know, like it used to get me really good. And I'd start cackling hilariously and I wouldn't be able to stop. You know, 8 years old, 7 years old, 6 years old, fart jokes. That was my bread and butter right there. And that laughter, I can feel that little Eric still here right now, instead of the traumatized Eric who used to be there. Because I focus on that Eric who is joyful, who is excited. Then I inhale that laughter into that body. And I feel it expand and extend all the way through. And once that's nice and clean, then feel yourself growing all the way back into now. In any place that you feel this energy slacking off or releasing, there's probably trauma in the timeline there. Turn it up, make it stronger, and bring it back to now. A solid, clean, clear connection of this innocent, hysterical, unashamed belly laughter. We're going to start moving this all through the body, not just the energy centers anymore. Just like we started off, grow your lungs all the way through the entire body and inhale, feeling this laughter swirling all the way up into the top of the head, the soles of the feet, the tips of the fingers, and everything in between. And you know right where the bones are. You know right where the muscles are. You know right where the skin lies and encapsulates all of this. Get it all. Embody this laughter. Embody this joy. Beautiful. This is opening up the doorway for even more powerful emotions. Because we don't feel symptoms in the body for other specific emotions. It's happiness, it's joy. That's what creates the smile. But let's tune into the feeling behind words and hack them into the smile. Say, for instance, that there's somebody who just went above and beyond and really just went out of their way to help you out. You would have been so just messed up and not able to finish in time if they didn't help you out. You didn't have the expertise, whatever was required, whatever it was. This person saved the day. They really saved your butt. And that feeling, that upswelling of gratitude that explodes out into the words of thank you so much. I couldn't have done this without you. Like, you have no idea how thankful I am right now. Tune into that feeling that creates those words. Put that in the smile. Begin to inhale that through the body and start to shine gratitude through your bones, your muscles, your skin. Not just feeling it directed outside of you, but feeling it sinking deep, using that exhale to start dropping anything heavy that's popping up. Start feeling that Velcro release. And if you're noticing emotions popping up to the surface right now, don't get in the way of them. Don't hold them in judgment. This is textbook trauma release right here. So if you want to laugh, laugh. If you want to cry, cry. Don't judge it. Don't get in the way of it. Just let it out. Let it go. Feel gratitude towards yourself, not by wishing that you could feel it, but by actually creating it and moving it through with intention. Now let's move into the next one here. I want you to think about a scenario where somebody, they failed you. And you understand that they failed you because they're a damaged person. And you recognize that holding on to this is only going to damage them more. And you don't want to see them hurting anymore. And it really wasn't that big of a deal. And that feeling of empathy, that wanting them to know that it's okay, that turns into the words of, I forgive you. I don't want you to feel like that. Tune into that feeling. And hack the smile. And pull that feeling of forgiveness into the body. And truly, deeply, on a quantum and cellular level, experience forgiveness. You're all doing so amazing right now. I see you. Let it out. Just let it go. We've got one more big one before we bring it back to more fun stuff. I want you to think about that feeling that swells when you're experiencing that unconditional love for somebody, something, be it a pet, nature, a significant other, family, children, whatever it might be. That feeling of, I love you so much. You create such a bright light inside of my life. Thank you so much for being here. I love you. Tune into that sensation. Hack it into the body through the smile. And turn it up. Let it go. Start to truly experience unconditional self-love. There's no words that get in the way here. There's no shortcomings that are popping up to the surface and saying that you're unworthy of this. You're tuning directly into the energy and you're feeling it. Let's stay here for another 30 seconds or so, turning that feeling up, exhaling and releasing anything that says that you don't deserve this. Releasing anything that's trying to block it. Turn it up. Truly experiencing self-love. Very good. All right. We're going to bring this on back. Go ahead and slow down the breathing. Start wiggling the fingers, wiggling the toes. Rubbing the hands together. Creating heat inside the palms. And gently place the palms over top of the eyes and inhale like your eyes are your nose. Pull that heat deep in the brain. Rub the face, blink the eyes and relax and come on back. Start paying attention to how the body feels right now. Gently start moving, shifting the shoulders, the neck, getting a stretch on the side. And notice how much more movement, how much more sensation actually exists inside of the body right now. It's like you just lubricated everything. It's like you just turned off the tension and everything's spongy and it's like a system of rubber bands now. Gentle back and forth. This is how you heal the body. You don't concentrate on trying to fix it from the outside. You bring what it needs on the inside. And blood is synonymous with chi. And if you have clean blood flow and clean chi flow, you're carrying stem cells. You're carrying nutrients. You're carrying bioavailable amino acids that can then shift into whatever needs to be repaired, whatever's damaged, and it can fix it from the inside out. And I'm not talking about this through wishful thinking. This is stuff I've experienced personally myself. And it's really easy once you understand how to do it, but it's all about the focus and the understanding inside of the body. And if you have something that's going wrong, if you have something that is damaged, say for instance, like an old injury, scar tissue from a surgery, something like that. There's a lot of emotion that gets stuck inside of these injuries. You know, say for instance, you get a car accident where all of a sudden you can't walk for 3 months. Am I ever going to get better? Is this ever going to be okay? Am I ever going to be the same again? All the depression, all the fear that rises up from that, these are very physical sensations inside of the body. And now that you know how to start creating emotions and creating sensations and flow inside of the body, we can start using these to actually detect places where things are stuck. And so before we get into this, I just want to give this an open mic real quick. Does anybody need more instruction with this? Is there any more instruction with the laughter, the feeling that we need to go into? What a clean group. You guys are normally like by now we have somebody saying that they don't have some type of comprehension, so that we can start going in and deeper, and it helps other people out too by going in on that level. But you guys are really doing very, very well. It's like you're marching in lockstep with each other right now. It's like for each breakthrough that one of you is feeling, it's like everybody else is experiencing it within like 10 or 15 seconds. It looks like fireworks and starbursts. It's really, really amazing, you guys. All right, so since we don't have any more instruction on that level, let's go on to the next phase here. And this is how we start tuning into the damage, the places inside of us that are holding on to the past. And whether or not this is actually even our past, that remains to be seen, because sometimes what happens is we have a whole entire load of crap that is passed down to us and given to us from our parents, who they had it passed down from their parents and their parents and their parents. And it's all the unprocessed traumas, the unprocessed emotions that never get taken care of, that get handed to you on a plate, that all of a sudden you have all these resonances and feelings and thoughts that you don't recognize are not normal. You just feel that this is the way that you're wired and this is your normal operation. And it starts to draw in the same types of traumas, the same types of damage. And so oftentimes there's 3 different levels that we need to clear out. And the first one is just physically inside of ourselves. Sometimes we might have situations that we look back on, and the longer we think about them, the more of that emotion starts to pop up, whether that's anger, fear, shame, guilt, whatever the depression or whatever it might be. That right there, it lets you know that there's a frozen bit of then stuck inside of your now. And this is not just a frozen bit of then that is holding on to powerful emotions that are pulling you upwards, but it's like an anchor. It's like a weight that's pulling you down. And so as soon as we clean that out, oftentimes what opens up is immediately the genetic level for the family. And so we can start actually going in and cleaning out those levels on who passed down things to us. And we can release the weight from ourselves by tuning into the weight that they create and then following it back through and releasing it. And then the other level on this is actually past life connections. And so sometimes you might have a really traumatic past life that is echoing karma through the timeline. And karma is literally nothing more than the symptoms of trauma without having experienced it. And I personally, I don't have a connection to karma. I've renounced that system a long time ago, because energetically, when I look at it, it looks like cancer. It looks like there is an extremely brutal experience that happened. And then on the multidimensional field, it's like you see the warp and the weft, all the layers or the threads of the lifetimes, the way that they interweave together. And it's like a cancerous growth that's underneath it. It's like this black cancer that grows and it connects into all the other threads that are around it, and it broadcasts the damage from that space right then and there. And when we go and we clean it out, all we have to do is just bring in the emotions, the feelings that we want inside of that space, and it has no choice but to release. Now, I don't know if we're actually going to get into the ancestral and the karmic clearing today, because sometimes it's all about the awareness. And if you don't have the awareness to go on to the next level, you have to clean out what you're aware of until it breaks through onto the next level. So we'll see how this goes as we move through this here. So the way that we do this is we start to create such a bright and a clean space inside of ourselves that anything that is dark or heavy or emotionally blocked, it can't stay hidden underneath the surface. It's almost like it starts to become sore. It becomes angry or serious, or there's like a heaviness to it. And that's what we want to pay attention to. It's almost like we're filling ourselves up with so much that anything that is the opposite of that resonance, it's trying to force its way out, but it's still like dug in, it's rooted in. And so as it's forcing its way out and it's pulling and pulling and pulling, we feel that strain in the center where it's still locked in. And that's how we bring our attention and our awareness to it. And so for this, I like to use the heart space. And we're actually going to go into the mind energy with this one as well. And so as we inhale into this, bring that smile, bring that laughter. And if you can, carry the gratitude, carry the unconditional love, carry the forgiveness with this. It makes it a lot stronger. And it's all about stacking the frequencies and getting to know that whole entire stack as one thing. And then that will let you stack more on top of it. So let's go ahead and start inhaling and opening up the heart space here. Blossoming it open, getting a good sensation of movement. And then on the exhale, start using that tingling and that laughter as fuel to turn on the sun. A brilliant golden light inside of your heart space, shining out around you. Feeling that laughter echoing inside the light as well. And if you can't see the light, don't worry about it. Work around it. Feel the effects of it. Feel the intensity and the heat shining outside of you, just like you can feel the sun shining down on you. How on a hot day you can feel it warming your hair all the way into your scalp. How you can feel it warming the skin on your face down into the bones. Reverse that sensation and start to shine it outwards. And if you can see the light, put the sensations in there anyway. Makes it even stronger. And we're going to start creating such a bright space, a clean space inside of the body that we can start moving outside of this. And so right now, if you're noticing blockage inside of the chest that is refusing to laugh, pay attention to that and really just be aware of where it's at, but still try to keep on going inside of the chest until we start getting into the next phase right here. But if you don't feel this inside of the chest, keep going, turn it up, make it stronger. And eventually, this is going to start shining outside of the body. You're going to feel the tingling outside of you. You're going to feel the light and the laughter outside of you. And it's going to become so strong inside of you that it starts shining through the entire body. And once you feel that light, that switch into that stage where all of a sudden that tingling is incredibly powerful, start inhaling this very strong light, this incredibly powerful laughter, and this wall of tingling moving liquid all the way through the entire body, paying attention more importantly to the front of the spine and the front of the chest and solar plexus than just about anywhere else. This is where most of these hook in. If you do feel another place that's getting uncomfortable or sore outside of those, that's where you want to pay attention to. There's no right way to do this. You have to do this customized for you. As you turn this up, pay attention to what refuses to laugh. Move everything through. Demand the entire body lights up with these sensations. Very good. Very good. It's almost like all of a sudden you're aware of a hard place that was buried underneath your awareness, and you've dug down to it, and there it is. You can feel how heavy it is. You can feel how your vibration, that lifting, buzzing sensation drops almost immediately. You tuned right into it. This is what the entities use as food. All we have to do is tell it what we want it to feel, but we have to do this with strength. And so this technique I call the smile tornado. And when you pull the bathtub plug, there's that swirling liquid cyclonic action that happens right there. That's what you're going to create. As soon as you inhale the laughter and the light into the body, you're going to spin it like a brilliant golden laughing tornado. And you're going to put the sharp end, that pointy end at the bottom of the tornado, right onto that hard space. And as you inhale, drill it in like you're shoving laughter into the very center of that hard steel. And on the exhale, make that metal blossom open just like a flower and start dropping that weight right into the gravity of the earth. And tune in and turn this up. And as you do this, you might be catching images. You might have an understanding of where this emotion, where this blockage is coming from. And if you can hit that visual level or that understanding level, inhale through that as well, meaning that you're going to see laughter and light echoing through the movies of this trauma, this image. You're going to feel laughter and light moving through the knowledge of where this comes from. Right back to the origin. And keep blossoming that open, feeling how this hardness becomes more liquid, softer, but still heavy. Use the exhale to blossom open and drain that heavy liquid right out of the body. Really start tuning into that forgiveness energy with the joy. Forgive these spaces inside of you for being blocked for so long. You didn't know. It's not your fault. You can't be held to blame for something that you didn't know about. So release that responsibility. Now that you know, now's the time to work. Start tuning into that joy, feeling that laughter echoing all the way through, and start paying attention. Oftentimes these are connected into a system. If it releases and it lets go, that means that it's let go, it's released. And the next place, the next squeaky wheel is getting the attention. Bring your attention there, start inhaling into that as well, blossoming it open and releasing until you feel that release and pay attention for the next level. Oftentimes what happens is the trauma origination actually starts in one spot and then it moves out through the body, almost like tendrils, like roots. And so as we find the places that it shuts down and we release these, we follow it back to the core, right to where it came from. And when it comes to stuff like this, we can't hide from the darkness. We can't shove those skeletons in the closet and hope that they're okay in there. We have to look everything right in the darkness, right in the eyes, and recognize the truth. Despite the fact, almost 100% of the time, these energies came from the outside, you are still the one who engaged in feeling the damage from it, even if you didn't know there was another way. You built it up. This is your responsibility here. Don't hide from it. Look that demon right in the eyes. Look that darkness right in the eyes. Everything that you don't like about yourself, that you wish was better. Take a big, deep breath full of unconditional love, forgiveness, and laughter. Light yourself up like the sun and reach forward and give this darkness a hug. Tell it how sorry you are for leaving it alone in here for so long. You were ignorant. You didn't know. Please forgive me for letting you stay in here and suffering. Thank you so much for keeping me alive and for showing me exactly what I never want to see in my life again. It's a truly valuable lesson. Thank you so much. And I love you because you are me. And start to inhale through this hug into this darkness, feeling these heavy, stuck places becoming light, dissolving, almost like metal is turning into steam. Ever so gently, start to come back, going back into the full breathing of the body, inhaling into the hands, the feet, filling the body with that innocent child laughter, that innocence of a child, that non-understanding of atrocity, of darkness. Feel that innocence rolling through. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Go ahead and start bringing yourself back again, wiggling the fingers, wiggling the toes. Gently start rubbing the hands together, creating the heat. Placing the palms over the eyes and pulling this heat through the eye sockets into the brain. Exhale, rub the face. Come on back. Alrighty, did anybody want to talk about what they experienced right there? Is there anybody who needs more coaching on this? Is there anyone who didn't feel it? What's going on here? I think I'm actually going to tap in. So Monica, I'm unmuting you right now. Or at least I'm trying to. And it's not letting me. Monica, can you unmute yourself and let us know how you're feeling there? Carrie says she felt tingling on her feet and on her shoulder. That right there, go ahead and inhale into your shoulder and into the feet. And I want you to turn up that tingling sensation until it starts to break through into the rest of the body right there, and start trying to pull that in and through. Right, Monica, how are you feeling?
Yes, I'm feeling great. It's fantastic. And I felt tingling in my feet. My feet were restless. It was a very interesting feeling. And I saw some images like trees, lots of trees.
Beautiful.
So it was wonderful. Thank you.
Beautiful. Now, let's go ahead and do some emotional work real quick here. What I want you to do is think about a situation from the past, a fight with a significant other, family, friend, whatever it might be. Something that when you think about it, it normally brings up feelings of, anger or sadness or something like that. And I just want you to give yourself a good 15-second lock on that and see if you have an emotional response to it. Do you see how it's almost like you're trying to trigger the emotion, but there's nothing there to trigger?
Yes, yes, exactly. It's like peaceful and calm,
Mm-hmm.
and
And
nothing can provoke you to get angry or stressed.
exactly, there's no trigger inside of it because you've just gone through and you've cleaned out everything that was triggered on that level. And so when you start doing this like that, this is one of the things that in order to recognize that it's effective, you have to really judge the results of it. And say, for instance, that you've got a situation or something that's really just drawing a lot of your focus and a lot of your attention. If you go in and you clean it out on this level and then you draw your focus and your attention back to it, you'll almost feel like that magnetic pull that was trying to keep you going in that direction and locking in on that. It's like it doesn't exist anymore. And so you'll have like the habit of going and looking at it, and then you'll be like, why am I looking at this? And then you'll go off and do your other thing, you know? So that right there, that's what it's all about. And then the other side of this, center, this is what you're feeling. It's not like you're super excited and super joyful. It's like you're perfectly content and satisfied right now, isn't it? Could you hear me there, Monica?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So what I was saying is this centeredness, this satisfaction, this contentedness. It's not like you're super joyful and excited. It's like you're right back in contentment and satisfaction, aren't you?
Yes, and I feel very calm and composed and centered.
Very good.
It's a great feeling.
Very good. Now, this right here, this is what everybody's looking for. You know, inside of satisfaction and contentment, we're not questing. We're not trying to fill a hole. We're not trying to fill a void. You know, there's no vacuum inside of us. And this right here, this is like we were talking about earlier with addicts and addiction. This simple feeling, this sensation inside of the body is more than enough to break addiction in half. Like if you feel content and satisfied, you don't feel the urge to go and do anything on that level to damage your body. So good stuff. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you so much.
You are so very welcome. This was a lot of fun. Let us get, let's see who's next here. Leanne, I'm unmuting you right now. Can you hear me? Looks like it's not letting me unmute you.
Hi, Eric. Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, how are you feeling there, Leanne?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. My experience was a little different in that I have a natural tingle that isn't normal or natural. I have a tinnitus. So the tinnitus makes my head and actually my body tingle. So when I was doing the breathing or the breath and bringing in the tingle, I was trying to differentiate or allow the abnormal tingle to fall away. So it was just a real interesting experience between the two different tingles for me.
So what did you notice there? Were you able to gain the polarity needed to shift it into the chi tingle?
I spent some time just noticing, like, what does a good tingle feel like? And how did I feel that? I actually just, it's not like they merged. It's like I tried to let the other just fall away, fall into
kind of soften and dissolve away?
Yes.
So what does it feel like right now?
I still have that tingle. I mean,
has it gone down at all?
Pardon me?
Has it gone down at all?
I don't think so.
So what about the noise of the tinnitus? Has that gone down? Has the frequency changed? So I think this is more lymphatic than anything. So here, let's try something out real quick. Excuse me. So which ear is it, the right or the left?
You know, it's worse in the left.
Okay, so we're going to do the left side right here. If you look, right behind the ear, you've got this drainage pathway. And this is the eustachian tube that if you're actually grabbing a hold of this and you press in and then pull down, you can feel it tugging and pulling in your ear right there. And this drains from the back of the ear all the way down through into the subclavicular drainage pathways. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take our fingers, and you're not going to like pinch it like that. You're going to go up against the flat side like that. And you're going to put these muscles in between those two flat points and just pinch down on it. And you'll feel those muscles, they're kind of tight, they're kind of stringy. And then once you get a good lock on it, it's almost like you have to wait for it to get soft, and then you want to slowly turn your head left and then right. Feeling that pinch fully down on that. And you feel how that's moving around inside the inner parts of the ear there?
Yes.
Go ahead and keep doing that, and then start following your way down, following these muscles on the side all the way down. And if you're looking right here, this muscle, this is the one that comes across on the front, and the carotid is right on the side of that right there, and or the jugular is right on the side of that right there, and the carotid's deeper on this side. So you really want to make sure that you're grabbing just muscles right here. You can grab a hold of some things that can cause some really nasty twinges and things that you don't like there. But just work your way all the way down, and once you get to the subclavicular drainage pathway, this is the collarbone right here, you're going to want to go right behind it and press down behind that and just start raising the shoulder and shifting that around and moving the neck to the side and getting this whole pathway to start opening right there. Do you mind if I do a little bit of energy work on you as you're doing this?
Oh, please, yes.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start opening this up through. Feels like a hard blockage in the inner cochlear ear there. I'm going to start feeling this getting softer. And your atlas, your first vertebrae, is pushed too far forward. It's like it's supposed to cradle the skull right there, and it's like it's too far forward, and it's pinching the blockage in, or the drainage pathways. And so what I'm going to do is gently push your head forward as I'm reaching up underneath and pressing the vertebrae backwards. Big old crunchy movement there. There we go. That's getting the neck to start shifting and moving. Let's get that stretched out. How's that feel there, Leanne?
I could feel that. I could feel my body like drift.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to show you guys how to do this. It's fun when you can feel magic happening to you, you know. But so how does it actually feel right now? What's going on with the tingling? What's going on with the buzz?
I'm experimenting here. I have had neck trouble, and yes, my atlas, and it's been really, I've had a stiff neck for 4 or 5 months. So it does feel better.
Can you move it around and get better range of motion?
I do have a better range of motion. It's not as tight. It still is tight.
Okay, so let's actually do another physical stretch real quick here before we move into the next part. And so
Okay.
let me demonstrate this here. So you're going to interlace your fingers like this, but what you're going to do is put them behind your back. And let's get everybody doing this. This is a really powerful stretch to actually know how to do because it opens up the whole front of the body. And so what you're going to do, my shoulders are going to lift up towards my ears. I'm going to pull them back, touching my shoulder blades closer together. And I'm going to press down, straightening out my elbows and locking that. And you see how that pops out the whole front of my chest right here? That sensation, that's what you're going to want to take a few deep breaths into and feel how it's stretching underneath the collarbones right here.
Yes.
Now that right there, now that you understand where that's stretching, what you're going to do is take your chin and poke it forward like this, and then slowly look up. And then you're going to feel everything on the whole entire front side stretching. And once you get to that point to where, again, stay away from pain, go into uncomfortability, but stay away from pain. And once you get here, just gently start moving your head side to side, and you'll feel it stretching on the whole entire sides right here. And once you get that physical stretch, I want you to take a deep, energetic breath, full of laughter, full of light, into all of these tight muscles and blow them up like balloons. And on the exhale, blossom them open and drop the heaviness right into the earth. Beautiful. That looks way better already. All right, so let me go ahead and shift through in the upper back here. These vertebrae are out of alignment. There we go. How's that feel there, Leanne? Go ahead and relax that.
You know, I can feel my body just soften and kind of fall. Is what I'm feeling, sensing.
So what's happening here is oftentimes the only reason that we have dysfunction in the body is because we have the muscle memory program underneath the surface that's causing the muscles to pull on where they connect as hard as they can. And when, say for instance, like my extensor muscles right here, these connect up above the forearm and then they connect down below the wrist, and it crosses both of those joints so that I can make this motion right here. Now, if this is not letting go and this right here is pulling like 20 or 30 pounds, of pressure, I've constantly got 20 or 30 pounds of pressure in my wrist right here, and all the muscles inside of my hand have to pull everything back the other direction so that they don't get pulled out of alignment. And what this does is puts a torque inside of the actual bones themselves, and then they pinch the nerves inside of that torque. And so say, for instance, if I had this problem up here in my extensor, I might be having the symptoms of carpal tunnel incredibly badly down here, even though this isn't where the issue is. This is everything that's fighting back from what's pulling right here. And so what I just did right there is what I call energetic chiropractic. The chiropractors, what they do is they adjust you back into place so that the muscle memory calms down, and then the muscle memory constantly picks back up. And so that's why you have to go in 4 times a week, then 3 times a week, then 2 times a week, and you're training the muscle memory to let go. I just go into why the muscle memory is tight and I shut it off. And then the bones just click back into place through natural range of motion. And it's really easy. It's really simple stuff. And all you have to do is just know how to move energy and know how the body fits together. So, ta-da, magic.
So just continue to do what you've just taught us, and you know, the reason and letting go and working with my neck and all of that. So.
Oh, and actually one more thing. Let's do another physical thing for you real quick here. So you're going to want to take your hands and just interlace them like this, like you've got big C hooks that when you pull apart as hard as you can, you've got a good grip right here. And what you're going to do is you're going to pull apart as hard as you can comfortably, and then take a deep breath into the chest, but don't cap it. Don't hold it. It's almost like you're trying to inhale as deep as you can for like 3 seconds once you can't inhale anymore, like this. And then release. And you feel that pressure in the top of the chest that you're creating right there?
Yes.
What that's doing is it's pumping your lymphatic system. This is your thymus in the high heart area, and it doesn't pump any of the lymphatic systems like it does with the pulmonary system because it's got a heart attached to it. And just by simply putting compression and squeezing this, you're squeezing all those immune system cocktails out of the area, and then as you release it, it has to fill back up and make more. And so not only is this a really good immune system kick in the pants, it actually starts draining all the lymphatic things that are blocked in the chest and in the throat because, again, you're pumping it just like a heartbeat. And so, but this one's a little bit dangerous if you're really toxic, so you don't want to do it more than like 5 times a day until you feel like you can do this 5 times a day without feeling any effects of the detox. And then you can take it up to like 10 times. Honestly, you don't really want to do it much more than that because the lymphatic systems, they don't move as quickly. And sometimes we have years of buildup. And if we kick it out really quickly, we can actually get really sick. So be careful with that one, okay?
Well, thank you so much. And a big hug to you. That was amazing.
You're very welcome. That's why I'm here. All right, let's get you muted here, Leanne. Now, before we move on, hold on. So Carrie May said, very relaxed, but moving energy along. Saw image of being in a womb and past trauma from family being drawn back into void. So perfect. You were actually starting to tap into releasing the energy from the ancestral karma right there as well. And this is actually a really simple and easy technique. What we're going to do is start building up the field inside of the body so that we can move out and use it. Instead, for ancestral clearing, what you're going to want to do is build up the field in the body and then tune into your parents behind you. And oftentimes what you'll feel is like as you energetically connect into them, you're going to be up here. It's like you're lifting yourself up in a balloon, and then all of a sudden you have weights that are dragging down. And so you'll feel that weight, and you'll follow where it's hooked in inside of you, where it's heavy, where it's tight, and then you'll start moving that smile tornado all the way through the system right into your parents, and then release the weight from you, release the weight from them, and then they lift up into the field, and you can actually follow back into the parents behind them that are pulling down still too. And you can just keep on going back until you get the whole entire ancestral field, the aunts, the uncles, the brothers, the sisters, the cousins, the parents, you know, everybody. And when you get that whole entire field filled out and cleared out, it's almost like all of a sudden then you have complete access to your ancestors. And there's a lot of really powerful information that our indigenous cultures have from our pristine origins that comes through. So enjoy that one as well. And then Sandy says, it's cool as it removes the charge. Yes, that's the thing. It's like a grounding. It's like you have an amperage and at the same time a release. And so we're going to open up the microcosmic orbit in the body. This is a flow that goes up the spine, over the front, and over the head and down the front. And this right here, it's a constant flow. It's an influx and a deflux. It's a going up and a going down. It's a yin, it's a yang. And this is where a lot of people actually get really stuck, specifically with the Kundalini misinformation that's out there. Kundalini is not just energy flowing from your root up into your head. It's supposed to flow up into the top of the head and all the way down the front to create a circuit inside of the body. And you hear about all these crazy Kundalini symptoms happening because what they're doing is they're overloading their head. They're just putting this constant conduit of flow straight up into the brain, and it's short-circuiting. And ascension symptoms, you know, these things where people are having all these crazy things going on inside of the body, they aren't actually supposed to be happening if you know how to ground yourself out. If you know how to increase your charge, if you know how to increase your flow, what ends up happening is that you're constantly like a live wire, but you're never feeling it. You can tune into very powerful levels of energy, but at the same time, instead of being electrified, being you know, super frazzled and out there inside of that type of chaotic energy, it's almost like it's blood flow. You don't even notice your blood flow. You don't even notice the energy flow. It's something that's instinctive, it's natural, and when you tune into it, then you can use it. But, you know, you just have to tune into it to begin with. So, is there anybody else who wanted to say something with that before we move on here? All righty. So, before we start getting into the actual group work itself, we are going to start cleaning out the microcosmic orbit, just like I was talking about. Now, the microcosmic orbit in the body, if you're looking at somebody from the side, if this is their head and this is their pelvis right here, it literally looks like a loop that goes up the spine and down the front. And the front side, it's just as far from the skin as it is on the back side, just as far from the skin. And so it's like, I don't know, maybe about an inch inside of the skin on either side. So it'd be right inside of the spinal column and then right underneath the sternum and that pathway running down the front side right there. And what this does is this is the Sea of Yin and the Sea of Yang. These power all of the 12 major organ meridians. And the 12 major organ meridians, they power the energy flow through the actual organ itself, as well as the energy and the balance inside of the body. And so if these are open, if these are running correctly, they actually clean out your meridians by proxy as a side effect. And so this is a really powerful energetic cleansing technique right here. Make sure you guys remember this one. It's really good stuff. So just pretend like you've got a smiling mouth right at the tip of your tailbone. And as you inhale, pull that smile tornado all the way up through the spine into the head and light the head up like the sun. And on the exhale, it's like you just popped a cork on your forehead and on your face, and it's draining down through the throat, behind the sternum, down through the solar plexus, and all the way down and around the pelvic floor to go up the spine. Inhale up over the top and down the front, up the spine, light up the head, down the front, light up the pelvis. And start really playing around with control right here. Don't let the energy get up into the top of your head until you reach the physical end of the breath. The same with the out breath. Don't let that energy reach the bottom of the pelvis until you physically reach the bottom of the breath. And start to pause for 2 or 3 seconds at the very top and at the very bottom with the intention of lighting up and laughing as hard as you can in the head and in the pelvis. Very good. Absolutely brilliant. That next level of feeling that's starting to happen right there. It's almost like there's a tingling on the outside of your perception. This is what we're going to start using right here. And I want everybody to start inhaling into the heart space and the central channel, which actually, before we go on, by the way, the central channel is the flow that runs from the crown straight to the perineum. It goes through everything, all the endocrine centers of the body, and this is what everybody calls the 7 chakras. So we have the pineal gland, the thyroid, the thymus, the pancreas. For the womb space, it's either the adrenals for men or the ovaries for women, and for men, it's the prostate and the root, and for women, it's the perineum and the root. And these are all endocrine glands and functions, and the way that they balance inside of the body is that they're activated with the bioelectricity from the nervous system behind it, and it flows through and it turns on these pockets of resonance inside of the body that then they work together, just like I was talking about earlier. Each one's like a loop. It's a boost, and it kicks it even further and faster. And in order to open this up, we have to have clean flow up the spine and down the front. So this actually actually opens up that central channel by proxy. And when you do this microcosmic orbit breathing, if you go in and open up an energy center right afterwards, it's going to be way stronger than you experienced when we started to do that earlier today. So again, a whole bunch of stuff that we have to kind of pay attention to, but you guys have the recording of this and you can come back through it and start to really learn it and understand it on a deeper level. Now, where was I? Okay, so now what we're going to do is start inhaling into the central channel, this whole entire core from the top of the head down to the perineum, and light this up like the sun. And on the exhale, we're going to bloom out the top of our head, down and around the sides, to inhale back into the very center, to exhale and bloom down and around the sides, coming from out the top of the head, creating a massive auric field around you. And start feeling that tingling buzz that you're creating as you do this from the center outwards, and start to inhale into that buzz around you. It's like a cloud outside your skin that you're going to start inflating like a balloon, and not like a light bulb with a thin sheet of layer of glass, not just a thin sheet of light and laughter, but a full crystal ball. Everything is saturated from the very center of your core all the way out to the very edges of your perception. And turn this up, feeling that laughter and that light hitting even higher levels, and start paying attention to how you're in a group right now, and feel how they're lifting up and you're lifting up, and almost like you're realizing that you're one engine in a rocket ship. Look at all the other engines around you and start slamming this light up even higher. Start demanding that you rise in vibration. Feel your auric field, this bubble around you, filling this space, this container, feeling everybody around you. Bright lights, incredibly powerful emotions. And ever so gently lift your hands up, pointing them right into the center of this circle. And begin inhaling as bright and as strong as you can, a tornado smile directly into the palms of the hands. And on the exhale, blossom open the palms like a brilliant golden lotus flower blowing golden wind right into the center. And start creating a ball with the other people in this class. Feeling their energy, their frequencies, what they're familiar with. Mixing into the center, feeling how this ball is creating feelings that you didn't understand, you didn't have awareness of before. And take a deep breath in, feeling these different sensations coming up through the hands into the body. Exhaling and pushing out, making it even brighter, even stronger, feeling this laughter, this innocence, this unconditional love and forgiveness and gratitude echoing through. Very good. And now we're going to start bringing people directly into this. And we're going to start from the top and work our way down. Now, Enan, I'm going to unmute you here. Do you have a camera that you can come on with?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Camera? How to do that?
It's fine if you don't. Don't worry about it. All right, so what I want you to do, Enan, I just want you to start talking. I want you to say, give a little bit of a background about yourself, who you are, what you do, so on and so forth. And as everybody is listening, I want you to shine your light from your hands at Enan's voice and move it towards her until you can feel her body. Go ahead, Enan.
Okay. I am a light of being in human form and get stuck many times and been through many dark nights of the soul. I have a lot of story to tell in my book and future movies. And
let's put a pause real quick there, Enan. I want you to start thinking about her talking as she's saying this. See her mouth moving, see the set of her shoulders, see her face. Ask yourself, what is she feeling as you're doing this? And move that light around her and start creating a big bubble and filling that light full of laughter, full of joy. Sorry, go ahead, Enan.
And I have been a dancer since I was 4.5 years old, and professional dance very well, traveled until 911. I left New York City, come to the Pacific Northwest, learning to become a cowgirl, grow food, living with natural, not dancing in public anymore, but in my own studio. And
all right, now, Enan, let's go ahead and turn your focus inside. I want you to pay attention. What are you feeling right now as everybody's connecting in and shining light around you?
I feel like we are all one and weaving our story. Like my story is other people's story, their stories, my stories. And we don't know whose story is whose story anymore, because
That's so beautiful.
Because the camera, we only focus on a personality, it's called my story. But we move the camera a little further away, then the story have their own soul. It's the story of humanity.
Very good. I absolutely love that.
Yeah,
No.
many of us are really high, from a higher dimension, and we are very ignorant about what from the great below down there. And I think that's humble, very humbling, because there's no higher, no lower, and everybody learns from.
Yes, yes, yes. That's such a beautiful point right there. I'm not better than any of you. You're not better than me. I'm more traveled on this path, and we're opening up this gateway, this doorway right now. Now, Enan, I want you to pay attention as we start moving through this next part on the sensations inside of your body. What I want you to do is start inhaling into the point right up above her head, right here. And we're going to make this big, about maybe a 2-3 foot bubble, and fill this with so much light, with so much laughter, with unconditional love, with gratitude. And what we're going to do is shine this down like we're turning on a flashlight, and then we're going to move this through her body. Just like we do the breath work for ourselves on the inside, we're going to hold that field and move it through her like we're doing the breath work for her, and feel the gravity pulling down underneath her. Anything heavy, anything releasing. Very good. Right there. Enan, what are you noticing as this is happening?
Yes, I feel almost like I'm a light ball, and everybody turn into light ball. And when things release, the gravity go down. We are like a balloon. We are all floating up.
That is so beautiful. So this feels physically like you're actually lifting off of the ground right now, even though you're connected to it, isn't it?
Yes, and we all lift up together, very much like a spaceship do a crop circle with all those lights. That's what I feel like. We are all lift up.
That is so amazing. Now, is there anything that is standing out right now? Do you have an emotional space that you feel sadness or trauma, or is there a physical injury or anything that's uncomfortable right now that's standing up that we can get some direct application on?
Yes, it's interesting because when before you say the healing, like the moment you're supposed to have emotional thing, and what come to me is one of my ex-lover pushing me to the ground on the floor. That I saw my father did that to my mother. And like a collective female soul wound, because physically we are now strong. But then I also realize we use our words, our intelligence, push the male partner in our life into the ground. It's things need to be healed, because it's nothing personal. And when I feel that moment, I feel the laughter. I talk to my ex-boyfriend in spirit, say, I probably deserve it. Maybe I pushed you down first. And I begin to laugh. And I wish all my mother, grandmother, aunt, all the whole entire species,
Beautiful.
the woman can laugh like that, and all the men can laugh like that. Because
Beautiful.
we don't know how to be a woman, how to be a man. We are androgynous in natural. We buy into a program and trying to be a good woman or good man. Nobody's happy because nobody's real. You know, that just just my communication with this wounded, the wounded goddess. All the goddess have this wound, but gods, the men too, they also have their wound. They just don't show it.
Yeah. Well, it's not that we just don't show it. It's that we've been trained to, you know, suck it up, be a man. And that does nothing more than cauterize things. But this is actually perfect right here. There's a gateway that we can use to start showing everybody how to help clear ancestral trauma. But before we do that, Carrie May says, I'm feeling a huge sense in my stomach to throw up. Dizzy energy, heart really spinning right now. I actually think that this is connected directly into what we're clearing out. I think that you have some aspects of this energetic confluence in the divine feminine that's affecting you as well. And so what we're going to do right now, Enan, I want you to think about the feeling as you felt your mother, or you saw your mother getting pushed down, that feeling that comes up, that sense of, it's almost like an apprehension. It's a woundedness. It's a feeling of this is not correct. This is not right. And I want you to turn that up and tell us where inside of you you feel that actually responding. Where does that get sore? Where does that get tight?
Yes, around my solar plexus and my heart.
Beautiful. And see, this is exactly what's affecting Carrie May right now. It's the solar plexus level and the heart space. And so what we're going to do with this is we're going to start inhaling. You're going to put one hand on the back of the solar plexus and the heart, a big bubble of light, like a big, almost like a dish that you're putting on it. And then on the front side. And so everybody reach around Enan on both sides right here. And as you inhale from the hands, pull it right into that hard space. It's more towards the left side of the solar plexus, right in there at about that level, straight in the center. And as you inhale into this, feel the sensation of the wounding that was caused here. It wasn't just the divine feminine and the effects that are causing because of that, because of the subjugation of women. There's also that predatory wounding that turned the divine peacekeeper into a rapist, wounded murderer. And this is the patriarchal wounding right here. These are both. You've got victim, you've got perpetrator, and they interlock with each other. Inhale into that feeling, that disgusting sense of codependentness right there, and start pulling in sensations that you want to experience. That innocent child laughter, pure innocence inside of this. Innocence so much that they don't even understand what these codependent connections are. And start to release, blossom this open, like you're inhaling from the outside in and blossoming it open. And as this gets big, feel her family, her mother, her father, their parents going all the way back. And as you release the weight from her in the center, feel that entire system start to clean out. Carrie May says, huge heat through chest, heart, and now pushing through legs. Yeah, you're starting to get a really clean opening right there. I want you to, Carrie May, start inhaling into the lower dantian with gentleness, not trying to move energy with speed, not with strength, but with gentleness. And slowly and gently inhale into the lower dantian, and on the exhale, start releasing. It's almost like the weight that you've been feeling dropping before. There's something on the outside of that. And I want you to start dropping the weight from the outside of you connected into all of this here. Enan, how do you feel right now?
I feel very vulnerable, like the child in me, just facing the brutality. Like watching my mom be pushed on the floor is more painful than me myself get pushing on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Also realize many of us have a messiah complex. So we create to be pushing over the floor. So we believe if we got to push over the floor, we transmute some.
Well,
like
let's stay focused on the sensations themselves. Let's tune into the one that we're talking about. What is that feeling that pops up when you're talking about seeing your mom getting pushed over?
It's a confused because I love my father too. And I watch why she make my father angry to push her down.
So I think we actually need to work through you on your father right now. And so what I want you to do is go ahead and feel yourself filling up with the light and the energy, and feel your father behind you. And we're going to go through a direct exploration on how to clear out the genetics. So everybody pay attention to this one. Do you feel how she's pulling down, or he's pulling down? It's almost like you're lifting up and he's heavy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Do you feel in your solar plexus how there's a spot that he's hooked into that's pulling down with him?
You ask me?
Yes, you.
Well, it's interesting because my father is very dynamic, because I feel many female like me, we are like Athena. We come out from our father's head.
Well, here, hold on, Yinan. That's not what I'm talking about right here. I'm trying to talk about the actual sensations themselves. So pay attention. Stay out of the mind. Stay out of the story right now and go right into the sensation itself. What we're looking for is, as you lift yourself up, I want you to pay attention to where inside of you you feel connected to the heaviness of your father.
Again, solar plexus and the heart.
Okay, so what we're going to do right here, I want you to inhale into all of that. And when it comes from the father's side, oftentimes there is an authoritarian figure, a feeling of like disciplinarian, like a, almost somebody in uniform that you don't want to, you know, get their attention on you. You don't want to tell them what to do. They obviously know what they're doing. And that sensation, it's a very hard heaviness. And I want you to start inhaling into that feeling in the solar plexus and the heart, and on the exhale, blossom the whole entire backside open and spin that smile tornado straight through into him and start lighting him up like the sun. So Carrie Mae just asked, am I plugging into her and feeling her, or is this also triggering a feeling that is in me? Yes, this is something that is actually pretty common. This divine feminine wounding is a very common pattern on the surface of the planet. And again, like I said, I didn't even think that we were going to be able to get into these levels right here, but you guys are doing some very powerful levels of clearing right here. And so everything that she's doing right now, I actually want you to replicate. And so let's tune into your father. And Carrie Mae, you're definitely going to be next here. So I want you tuning into your father and lighting yourself up, and then tuning into him and seeing where he pulls you down, and start tuning in on that level and cleaning out and flushing through that smile tornado all the way back to him. And on the exhale, release the weight, not just from you, but from him as well.
Yes.
So that's looking a lot better already there, Yinan. How's that feeling?
Very light.
Good. Now, when you tune into that incident of your father pushing your mother down, what do you feel coming up from that?
Nothing.
Good.
It's
okay.
like a hologram.
Perfect. And that right there is exactly what we want to do. We always have to come back and make sure that we actually did the work right, because the work is the results are the only thing that matters. And if you go back through the scenario that created that emotion and you still have an emotional response, it means that there's more work in there. You have to go back even deeper. And this is why the genetic clearing is so easy sometimes, because often you're ending up with the symptoms that is being pressed into you from those who came before, and you don't understand where it came from. And so if you go in and you clean that out, suddenly there's an open space inside of you that a lot of the triggers and a lot of the patterns that you've been trying to clean out, suddenly they don't have an impetus. They don't have fuel that's keeping it going. Now, is there anything else that's standing out, Yinan?
I feel thank you. It's a great balance, because as our private session, I told you my father tried to teach me to become a boy.
Yeah.
That's why I release this light, because then he can relate to me better. And I will not be treated like other women be treated in my society. So at that moment, when you tell me lift my father up, I feel from my body, I shine all the goddess knowledge to really embrace him. And I realize I don't have to be a boy to be safe anymore. I feel
beautiful.
I can be my true essence as a goddess, not just being a sinner.
See, that's amazing right there. This is something that you've been carrying around with you for a long, long time, and it affects quite a bit, you know, and it's a beautiful thing to put something like that down. I'm honored to be here to be able to facilitate and show you how to do this today, Yinan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Thank you so much.
This was really, really a beautiful session. You did absolutely excellent, Yinan. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, that was definitely a fun one. Let's get Carrie Mae up here. Carrie, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you feeling right now?
All right. Well, as soon as she started to release with her father, I started to feel a clearing. So with some of the other people that are learning or wanting to learn about clearing other people, and I want to know myself, was I feeling her stuff? Was that tapping into my stuff? Because when she
Yes.
started to relax, I started to kind of relax. And when we started to hone in on her, I immediately felt this huge sense of wanting to throw up. You know, like when you get shaky and hard to breathe, and I'm sitting, I'm not even standing. My chest got hot. I broke out into an immediate sweat. And so I want to know, do I need to do more to protect my space when
yes, there's definitely a few things going on here. So first and foremost, let's actually go through that what's mine is mine, what's yours is yours practice right here. This is going to be really helpful for you because you do have very empathic, open connections, and we need to make sure that you know how to barrier those to make sure that what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours. But on the other end of this, you do have very similar things that were inside of you that were responding directly to her. It was like as soon as you tuned into it, it's the outside awareness of what you had inside of you, it triggered, and you were like, oh my goodness, that's the same exact thing that's going on right here. I can feel it happening. And so it was a mixture of both. And the empathic boundaries, this is something that is definitely a really powerful thing that I think you're going to actually want to really put more focus into more than other people, just simply because you're more open on that level. And this is simple stuff. You know, what's mine is mine, what's yours is yours. And so when you inhale into the body, what I want you to do is pull the feeling of your gravity into the very center. So even if there's pieces of you that are outside of what you can feel, you're pulling everything in. What's mine is mine. And then reverse the gravity and push anything out that's not you. What's yours is yours. What's mine is mine. What's yours is yours. What's mine is mine. What's yours is yours. And so it's not the words. The words help remind of the sensation. The sensation is, this is my stuff. I'm pulling it into where I have control over my consciousness. What's yours is yours doesn't belong here. And it's not like you're angry. It's not like you're trying to force this to happen. It's like you're simply stating facts and energetically not tying into anything right there. Now, how does that feel?
That feels much better. And if I feel that trigger to immediately go there, so that I can protect my space, but also help facilitate somebody else, correct?
Yes, and these empathic tools that you've got going right here, these are very powerful. And this is actually some of the ways that I even intuit what's going on in the body is I feel the effects of it in myself. And then I walk somebody through how I would release that blockage myself, and then I would feel it release. And this is actually one of the things that I see and I feel all at the same time. And so oftentimes when you'll hear me say like, oh, there it goes, it's because like right immediately afterwards or right before you're feeling a big shift of movement. It's because I'm seeing it and I'm feeling it. And when you can connect in on that level and have that empathic attunement and know that that person right there is angry, not because I'm feeling angry, but because I'm feeling them feeling angry, that right there is where you want to be. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Because
All
when
right,
she started talking about her father, and I had no emotional triggers, nothing. It was like I was being tapped in. It was like,
well, it very well might have been on that level. I do feel the after effects of you removing this from your system, though. So I'm
flushed and cold.
I'm 50-50 on it. So you had the big release, you had the big toxic jump, and what happened was as the muscle memory let go, you actually had physical toxicity that was blocked up inside of places that were quarantined off, and you immediately dumped them out of the body. That's what that sweat was right there. And so that was a huge detox lymphatic release right there. And now what's happening is you've got almost like a bunch of empty space inside of your lymphatic system, I guess you could say, that has to fill back up. And so it's almost like a hollowness, like a feeling of things filling up, isn't it?
Yes.
That right there, I want you to tune into that, and we're going to inhale just like we went up the spine into the top of the head. You're going to inhale from the front of the body, right at the pelvic floor, all the way up the front into the face, and bring that warmth, bring that solidity, bring that heat. This is all yin energy right here. There you go. Just one breath. It's already feeling better, isn't it?
Yes.
Keep going. All right. Now, everybody, let's tune into Carrie here. Go ahead and put your hands up. Inhale into the hands and start pushing towards her voice, pushing towards the words, that consciousness behind the body creating the words. What's that feel like, Carrie? This is why I do what I do. How fun is this?
I feel like I have some friendly tickling and energy.
Mm-hmm. It's like you can feel that tingling sensation when you breathe through the body, but it's coming from the outside now, isn't it?
Yes.
And this is how we start really getting to know how to cleanse, how to clean. And so everybody start moving through that pathway. Bring that energy up to the top of her head and make it a big wide ball that's wider than she is. And as you start moving this down and through, pay attention to anything resisting the light, resisting the movement, and just take smile tornadoes. Bring them right in there, blossom them open, release the weight underneath her, and keep it coming down until everything's nice and bright and there's no resistance whatsoever.
I'm noticing energy coming up. I'm hitting the pituitary, pineal gland, bam, bam, and then down to the third eye, which is all tingling, and then down to the throat, and then into the chest. And then I'm feeling the tingling in my pinky and my ring finger kind of coming up through my arms.
That is the heart and the triple heater meridian. That's going to actually open up the heart flow in the body, meaning it's going to release the tension in the heart muscle walls. And instead of just pumping out to like that size right there, it's going to start pumping out to that size, and it's going to slow down, but actually increase the flow. It's going to release blood pressure, and it's going to start balancing the blood flow through the body. You feel how there's heat showing up inside of the hands and the feet right now?
Yes, and I'm feeling a cooling actually in the feet. And if anybody else could put in the chat what they're feeling, that would be helpful so that I can actually maybe tap into that.
Yeah, definitely. What are you guys feeling as you're working on Carrie here?
Because that's helpful when I'm working on somebody else.
Michelle's saying that she feels tons of chills. And so oftentimes when we start doing this, it's not like we can just pinpoint and spot focus on things. We kind of have to have our attention drawn to it, and we have to build up the awarenesses on those levels. So when we start doing this, oftentimes it's really easy to just flush through, and it's not like you're getting an awareness of what's happening. It's like you're getting a general understanding of, well, yeah, that flow's clean now. It was not flowing clean, and then something shifted and now it's moving. And so oftentimes you won't get like a direct feedback on that level, but I can give it to you here. So what I'm seeing right here, you're opening up all the meridian flows from the hands going into the body and from the head going down into the feet and vice versa. And as this is opening up and cleansing, those central channel meridian flows are turning on nice and strong, but it's actually showing me there's a space inside of the solar plexus that's like spreading out, and it's taking up space where there's not supposed to be taking up space. So you feel everything nice and open, but there's almost like a heaviness inside the solar plexus, isn't there?
Yes, underneath in the lower part, and it just tapped in maybe 30 seconds ago.
Yes. Because what's happening here is you're lifting your vibration and you're cleansing those fields that things are hiding inside of. And once those fields are cleansed, anything hiding inside of them, they're obvious. They're right on the surface. And so now everybody, this isn't like a normal blockage that we can clean out with the light and the laughter. This is actually something that we're going to go a little bit deper into this here. And I don't usually teach this to
planet.
Well, everything's kind of off planet, you know, it's not from here. So, but what we're going to do here is we're going to start tuning into crystalline energy, because this feels like a silicon parasite, like it's clear. It's not easy to feel. It's not easy to see. And what I want everybody to do is go up above her head and create that ball. But what you're going to do with it is actually create a brilliant, clear crystal ball that this light and laughter is shining out of. Start shining that light down at her like you're opening up a flashlight and turning it on, and ever so gently bring this liquid crystal down and through, focusing how it moves and morphs around the solar plexus, and just encapsulate that feeling of lack of movement, and ever so gently start tugging that out of the body all together.
Am I pulling that down into Mother Earth?
Anywhere you want to. I prefer to use the central sun, so I'll feel the gravity of the sun and I'll do it up there. But you can do these anywhere. I'll feel the gravity pulling from left, right, top, bottom, up, down, diagonal, wherever. But you always want to use what feels stronger for you and then work on that. So if it's the earth that feels the strongest for you, use that. If you can feel the gravity of the sun and that's stronger for you, use that.
All right, now the 2 fingers are really tingling and I'm feeling a huge sense on the right, below where my lung is. It's kind of in between, higher than my stomach, lower than my heart, and that's also tingling.
Mm-hmm.
Does
That's the
anybody
liver
else
right there.
out of the 12 feel that or sense it or see it?
I do. So what's happening right here is there was a tense point inside of the liver that was holding on to, let's tune back into that. It was frustration and annoyance. It wasn't like full-blown anger, but it was like a feeling of like that type of a sensation. Is that familiar?
Yes.
That right there is what released.
Is that tap into my bunions because they've been aching and everything's been feeling like a chore lately?
So tuning into the feet, I'm feeling the left side blocked more than the right side. So the right side's not connected in on that level. It actually feels more like kidney on this side. So let's go through a tutorial for opening up meridians. Now, the kidney meridian starts right here below the collarbone. And so this is the collarbone right here. It's right underneath it. And then it's in the center of the body. And so if you triangulate into the very center, it creates a line that goes all the way down into the top of the kidney. And then it lights up the kidney and flushes down the inside of the leg, all the way behind the inside of the leg to the ball of the foot and down out through the ball of the foot into the earth. And so go ahead and put one hand right by her collarbone and then put the other hand on her kidney on the back. And you're going to inhale into the top hand here and push, light laughter and movement. And you're going to pull it in and light the kidney up and push that all the way down and out the ball of the foot.
Now, can anybody else tap into the chat room that they can feel this too? Because I'm hoping that I can feel this on other people when we light you up.
Even if they can't feel it directly, they're definitely moving it. Do you feel how your hips and your lower back are softening right now?
Yes.
And it's opening all the way down the inside of the leg into the foot, isn't it?
Yes.
That's that kidney meridian right there. So the stomach, that was the anxiety and the worry that the kidneys actually block up because the kidneys, the adrenals right next to them, fear. You know, that fear and that trauma response right there. It's that type of an action that it freezes everything inside of it. And so as you release that fear, as you release that heavy energy, it starts to actually let go a lot of the other things too. And anxiety and worry, this is actually why we can get ulcers if we worry too much. It's because the energy builds up and it starts to degrade inside of the meridian itself until the organ experiences damage. Now, how's all that feeling there? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
This is feeling good, but I have a question. When you're moving this, if there's something inside you that is there and you're working on somebody, is this almost like a 2-for-1 deal? Like you're helping them move through it, but it's also you too? Is that
so kind of, sort of. I find myself like when I'm actually walking people through this, that I am experiencing the technique that I'm walking them through. And so I experience the activation and it's kind of like I'm mirroring it with them. And so when I feel a breakthrough, oftentimes it's mirrored with the breakthrough inside of them as well. And again, this is why I'm so good at what I do. It's because I've worked with so many people and I can experience their blockages and then I can apply it directly to myself and see how it works inside of me. And
so you can feel it, but you might have already cleared it. But it's almost like when we pull away from a past emotional experience, it doesn't re-trigger it anymore. But it's like you've been there, done that, know how to walk down the path. Is that
exactly
better?
Exactly. And it's like the neural pathways have opened up more and more and more to the point to where, like, I mean, we're here about like 2.5 hours into this right now. And we're learning these awarenesses, we're learning this understanding, but it's not going to take you 2.5 hours to get to this point the next time. It's going to be a lot faster. It's going to probably be about a half hour tops. And then the time after that, it's going to be like 25 minutes and then 20 minutes. And, you know, like everything that we're doing here, I can do within the space of about maybe 1 or 2 breaths. And that's why it's all about the work. It's about the practice. It's about feeling the sensation and opening up the neural pathway until it becomes so strong, it's instinctive. And you'll feel these things automatically. And as you're talking, you'll just release it because you're already moving energy. So.
Beautiful. How
Right?
does this now look, Eric?
So you are definitely opening up a lot more right there. The lower dantian is turning on and it's activating the back of the heart space. Go ahead and inhale into the very back of the heart space on the front of the spine and see how strong you can make that laughter energy in there now. Yeah, there it is. That's it right there. That right there. So the back of the heart space or on front of the spine, this is where I find more than anything the inner child energy, that wanting to laugh, that wanting to feel that good uplifting sensation. When that's blocked up right there, oftentimes it's really hard to even feel those joy emotions because it's all just clogged up and you don't have energy flow into the spaces that generate it. And, you know, it's all about just paying attention to what works and what does not work. And if it doesn't work, make something that does work until it has to, no choice but to turn on. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You just have to be a bit stubborn and keep going. All right, good stuff, Carrie Mae. Is there anything else standing out?
Not unless anybody else is picking up on it. Thank you very much.
You look really good from my end right here. I'm not seeing anything standing out on the surface levels of the body. Going deeper into the body, there's a little bit of tension and tightness inside of the musculature, but compared to where you were at, I don't even think you'll even notice it. So just keep on practicing, keep on playing around with it, and you will start reaching different levels of relaxation and higher levels of bliss. It's an amazing nonstop process that just keeps on going higher. There is no limit, and you can just get stronger and stronger. And like what you guys are experiencing, this is relief. It's not even activation. This is getting out of the density. This is getting out of the hard spaces. And activation comes once you're inside of this place for a fair bit of time. You know, 2-3 weeks, something like that is enough every day of practicing to get you into the activation stage. And as good as this feels, as good as I felt the first time that I did it, I've been through like 90 activations since then. And each one has a completely different level of energetic awareness, of bliss, and different levels of awareness and energy that you can access inside of your body. And, you know, I was attuned to the Reiki master level when I was 15, and I make that Eric look like a complete and total moron. So, you know, it just keeps on going. You just keep on figuring it out. You find something new, you find something stronger, and then you learn that too. Then, you know, you start looking back at the things that you already knew and you lens them with what you do know now, and it creates an even stronger resonance. And it just keeps on building until eventually we break out of the physical constraints, and we can do whatever we want inside of physical reality because we have such a strong enough energetic perception that we're no longer held sway to the collective consciousness version of reality. We can create our own. And that's where magic becomes real. You can start seeing it. So, good stuff. All right, let's get you muted here, Carrie Mae. Now, Leanne, you are next here. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling lighter. It's just a lot of fun being here.
Isn't it though? I absolutely love this work. This is why I do this. Even if like money didn't exist and we didn't have to pay for things, I'd still be doing this every day. It's
I feel
it's a
like
passion.
I fall over again today.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that's one of the things, like when you start recognizing how limited our scope of perception is inside of just the sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell, and you start opening up, it's a completely different world immediately. It's brand new almost overnight, and the more that you stay inside of it, the more magical it becomes. You know, and when you don't have trauma, if you don't have damage and tension inside of your body, you aren't putting damage, trauma, and tension outside of your body, and the universe has to reflect back to you whatever you're putting out. And so if you have nothing but unconditional love and joy inside of yourself and forgiveness and compassion for the world around you, what's going to end up happening is the universe has no choice but to reflect that back to you. And you're going to see more and more synchronicity, more and more amazing connections until all of a sudden your life isn't even in the same place. And you'll look back on where you were and where you're at right now, and you won't even recognize yourself. And I speak of this through personal experience. You know, if I can do it, anybody can. So
I'm going to be happy not to recognize that woman in the mirror anymore.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so is there anything standing out right now that you want to take care of? Soreness, pain, tightness, emotional stagnancy, anything along those ends?
I think, you know, my biggest problem you addressed earlier was, you know, neck and tension, and everything I have is in my head. I've had a headache for 45 years.
Oh, no.
Headache for 45 years. So it's always neck, head, headache, tinnitus and all of that. But we touched on that earlier with me today.
So one of the things that I'm seeing here, hold on, let me get my hair real quick. So if you're looking at these muscles right here on the sides of the neck that go right into the very center, this left one, this rectus capitis superior minor, this feels like it is so tight right now. And the rectus capitis superior minor, these muscles actually connect into the dura mater, which is the sac that surrounds the entire brain. And if this is your forehead and this is where that muscle is, it's almost like it's pulling that entire sac back inside of the head, and it puts pressure on the front. Do you have the headache up here on the front side?
It is like a whole head. I've always felt like my brain is too big for my head.
So let's stretch your skull out. Let's do a few different things here. So everybody, what I want you to do, go ahead and start pushing the light right towards Leanne here and start moving that laughter. Pull that smile tornado, not just like you're shining light, but like you're moving substance right to her. And then start lighting up her whole entire environment, feeling like the good 15, 20 feet around her, getting bright and full of laughter. Now, what are you feeling as we're doing this, Leanne?
Well, you're going to laugh, but you know, it felt like a cosmic kiss. I mean, it just...
I love to laugh, and yes, I totally did.
I felt like a cosmic kiss, and I actually felt that in my heart chakra.
That is beautiful.
Joy, you know, it's just, I've had several moments today of feeling blissed, you know, like blissed out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
It felt like that.
Very good. That bliss sensation right there, it only feels blissed out because we're not used to experiencing it. If you stay inside of that, it becomes normal. It becomes your daily operating system to where you're naturally creating hormones and cocktails inside of your body that actively heal, that are actively making you younger. This bliss energy, this is the fountain of youth everybody's been looking for, you know? And the more you feel it, the stronger it gets until you can reshape your body. And just like earlier, how we were actually regressing ourselves back into that young body to find that laughter, you can physically regress yourselves. You don't have to age. And the more you understand on that level, the more you can actually start going into the damage that aging causes and fix it. And if there's no damage that aging causes, then, you know, you stop aging. So now everybody, now the brain thing that I want to do here, this is a little bit deeper. I usually don't teach this type of stuff until we go into the intermediate class to interact with the body. But if there's an opportunity for instruction, then I will teach, you know, regardless. And honestly, this wouldn't even be here if you guys didn't have the aptitude for this. Like, I got to say, there's something about this group in particular. You guys are incredibly bright. This is a very, very powerful group right here. So, you know, kudos. Now, what we want to do is go ahead and take this light and inhale in through her hair from the very tips all the way into the roots, into the scalp, and drop your awareness right through the skull. And just gently lay yourself in between the brain and the skull. And what you're going to do is start to inhale and stretch this open like a balloon, like we're trying to move the sutures of her skull away from each other and blow the skull open like a balloon. Just hold on to that right there. And as you're doing that, I'm going to start moving through these muscles. Leanne, go ahead and start inhaling into that rectus capitis superior minor, the whole backside, the whole backside of the head right there.
Mm-hmm.
And start to blossom that open. Start to make that flow and open and clean. So that's releasing something inside of your throat right there. Let me grab a hold of that. I'm going to gently pull down. Now, whenever you find something that's hard or stuck and it roots out into other places, it's almost like you've got a node and then there's tentacles or roots that go outwards. And just like when you're trying to pull a weed out of your garden, you don't want to just yank the weed out because then it'll regrow. You want to grab a hold of it and then ever so gently just start pulling it in every direction, loosening the roots inside of the dirt and lifting it out until it all slides free. Send that right into the central sun there. So yeah, right now I'm tapping into some type of a parasite and it's not on the same familiar sensations that I'm used to feeling. So what I'm going to do, and this is how I take care of things that I'm not used to understanding. So I'm going to wrap around it with what I do know, with this light, this laughter. I'm going to electrify it, creating a static buzz, an arcing of sensation. And I'm going to tune this arcing right into the center. What is this? This feels like almost like a soft gelatinous type of a sensation. It's almost like if water was made gelatin. And I'm going to start creating that sensation around it. And I'm going to light that sensation up with innocent laughter, with joy, with excitement. There we go. Taking its own frequency and using it to contain it. I'm going to gently lift this free of the body, creating the same frequency pathway right up into the central sun. There we go. How's that feel there, Leanne?
That was interesting. It felt like, it just felt like an expansion, like a balloon, like a freeing.
Almost like there was something taking up space that once it was gone, you realized how much space you actually have, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
do you feel how that space feels empty right now?
Yeah.
Go ahead and start inhaling into that with what you want to experience in the body. Fill it full of light, love, joy, gratitude.
That's interesting. As I look at it now, it feels like my head was compressed into, yeah.
Now, how does that feel in the head specifically?
I haven't noticed anything physically yet, but I can feel it energetically.
There's a lot more energy flow?
Yes.
So I definitely agree there. I'm feeling one spot on the bottom of the brain that is definitely tighter. It's almost like the upper top part of the jaw and the soft palate behind it. There's something behind that that is pulling down and trying to squeeze into that area. So what I want everybody to do, we're going to move this energy through her nostrils right onto the top of her hard palate in the upper maxillary region. And as you inhale into this, stretch her teeth forward, stretching everything open, and almost like you're trying to pop a balloon in the center. Just like that. Keep going. There we go. That's getting a lot more flow going. How are you feeling physical relief with that now?
Again, I don't feel it physically, but I do feel it energetically. When you were doing that, it felt like, you know, like a pop-up tent.
Yes.
Like you took a tent and pulled it up and it just popped up.
And now there's a lot more space in there again, isn't there? So go ahead and fill that space with light. Fill that with laughter. Really kind of take that space back so that nothing can go in there. That's doing something on the front of the back of the neck, right behind that atlas and the axis. What's happening here? Keep turning that up. Okay, making that stronger. I'm going to inflate and open this up. It's like a big constriction around the vertebrae just released right there. Yeah, your head is lighting up like the sun right now. How does that feel?
You know, oh gosh, I don't know how to explain this. Again, not physically yet, but energetically, it just feels a big expansion, an opening up.
And so the energy, when we get the foundations to release on that level, it's only a matter of time until physically it releases. And if you've had a headache for 40 plus years, you know, it's not going to release in this space right now. I'd actually be really, really surprised if it did. But I think what we just did right there is actually took out the reason for that physical tension. So I would highly recommend going and looking for a myofascial therapy massage expert, somebody who knows how to get into the muscle memory itself and start realigning the muscle fibers all the way up the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, and then the back of the skull right here. Now, the other thing that I want you to really start doing, do you shove your tongue up into the roof of your mouth or clench your jaw?
No, I don't.
That's actually really surprising. I was almost 100% you were going to say yes there. So this right here is actually a fight or flight response, and it keeps those programs going. And so if you clench your tooth or if you shove your tongue up into the roof of your mouth, it actually creates a bunch of tension on the front side of the vertebrae, and all these throat muscles pull the vertebrae forward and create that pinch that you had going on back there. So what I was going to actually have you do, I think it's still going to be effective though. What I want you to do is just go ahead and do that same stretch that we did with the hands behind the back, and then open this up. And then when you're up here pointing towards the ceiling, I want you to take your tongue and stick it out as far as you can. And try to really stretch everything back inside of the jaw, underneath right here.
Okay. You know, I might have to qualify my answer. When you said clench my mouth and put my tongue on the top of my roof of my mouth, I possibly clench my teeth. I can, yes, but not the tongue on the top of my mouth. So I get it. Yeah.
And I think what's going on here is all that tension, the TMJ, the masseters, all of that is pulling everything forward. And that's why you've got the tension of the muscles. It's almost like the muscles are supposed to flow down right here nice and easy, but you've got a bone pushing them like that. So everything's getting pulled back on that direction. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And it's quite, I guess the word would be refreshing. I mean, I've been looking at this issue for 45 years, so I've never thought of it that way. But,
well, you know, and it's really kind of funny. Once you start understanding the way that the body works, you just have to pay attention to it, and it will literally give you a roadmap of everything that's happening. So again, I highly, highly recommend that you get some myofascial release, specifically the jaw and the front side of the neck right here. And that's going to start opening up the ears and getting everything shifting and moving on that level as well. Because again, it feels like the sutures, the spaces where the actual skull plates connect into each other, it's like they're jamming the skull into itself. And there's this extreme tension that's then pressing down over top of it. And that's what's picking up. It's like these nerves are firing because you're putting pressure on the brainstem, and they're freaking out and trying to keep you from smashing the brainstem even more. And so everything's splinting and not letting it move. Does that make sense?
Totally. The last 7 or 8 months, I've had the sensation the back of my head. What would the, you know, when a nerve tingles or goes numb or aches in the back of my head, I've had, would that be a neuritis even? And I've often thought that the plates of my head weren't doing what they needed to be doing. So that makes
I wouldn't say that you had neuritis. I would just say that you had so much tension there that the muscles themselves got strained to the point to where they couldn't even put out any more information. If we have pain or tension in the body for so long that the body stops recognizing it, it doesn't mean that it goes away. It means that it's still there. The body just isn't recognizing what's tense or tight. And this is why you might, you know, wake up one day and you got a kink in your neck, and then your shoulders are hurting, and it stays that way for like 4 or 5 days, and then all of a sudden it's just gone. It's because the body recognizes, well, you're not going to release the things that are tight and that are pulling. I can't deal with this 24/7. I'm shutting this off, or otherwise I'm going crazy. And so it's not that the problem goes away, it's that you just can't feel it anymore. And so as you bring your awareness back to these things, you might actually end up feeling more pain, but that's a good thing because you're getting the muscle memory to shift and release and to move back around. And with pain comes the awareness. With the awareness comes the ability to shut it down and to release it. So it's all a process. Just keep playing with it and have fun.
cool. Yeah, I'm happy and optimistic. Thank you.
Me as well. All right, you're very welcome, Leanne. Let's get you muted here. And it looks like we've got people talking down here. Hold on. Carrie May says, thank you all so much. That was amazing, Sandy. Thank you so much by being here today. Thank you so much for your help. Sandy up above that said, wow, that's powerful. This is a beautiful group, Carrie. I feel the energy pushing out of your liver area. Yeah, that's the tingling that she was feeling up top right there. That was that frustration, that you know, that manic, you're trying to like freak out and bite through your cheeks, that type of energy right there. And Carrie says, was that from her root? I felt like I saw placenta, all veins, and then I saw it moving up when you pushed up the right side. So yeah, there were definitely things that were connected into the root right there, but the most of this, the impetus was actually coming from the head and the heart space and the stuff that was going on right there. And so that thing that we found inside of the solar plexus, that was what was holding on to a lot of that tension. And it was like a big, kind of like a bowling ball type shaped size thing, but slightly kind of more oval, more teardrop shaped. And then where it connected into the back of the heart space up top right there, that then had things that went down all the way through the rest of the body. And it was like these little roots that went in and connected into multiple places. And so if you notice the root area and you didn't notice anything else, that oftentimes means that you've got something going on inside of yourself that you can then take a look at on that frequency and that level, because empathically you're drawing yourself directly to where you need to work because you're seeing where it is on other people, just like I was talking about earlier. So I sense on the bottom right and another spot on the middle to the left side of the head. I'm now sensing a huge release and tingling in the back ribs, a good tingling though. Yes, okay, great. That is what I saw in my head. Got it. Okay, great. Yes. No, you're doing really good, Carrie. These empathic tools that you have, like for the most part, these have been very detrimental to you just because you didn't know that you could shore up the barriers. You had almost like a fishnet going through when you were trying to hold water. And now that instead of a fishnet trying to hold water back, you've got like actual barriers right there. So these tools, these feelings that you have right there, they are going to be very powerful and they're going to point you right directly to where the work needs to go. And the more you know how to clean yourself out, the more you'll feel the way that they are operating, the way that they're blocked, and then you can directly intuit a technique to clean that out. You can walk them through that while you're working on the outside with the energy work, and you'll feel it release from you the same time it releases from them as well. So that seems like that's your MO and your operating standard right there. So I just keep on using that. So cool, right? You're telling me. Okay, looks like Martina is next. I am unmuting you right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was visualizing the circle with the light in the middle, but I couldn't tune into, specific individual or energy system. Nothing was coming. So
what are you noticing? What is the sensation that you are feeling?
Oh, for me, I was just traumatized. A lot of toxic stuff is coming up. I've just been sobbing, about my own issues. So as far as being able to heal other people, I was just, pretty much thinking about my own pain. So
there's nothing wrong with that. And that's actually a really good thing, because if you are bogged down with your own sensations, and don't get me wrong, we can have a bad day and we can have, things going on in the background that we can kind of put in the background and really step into our space of clean, open vibration and then deal with that later. But when you are not able to differentiate, when you're trying to look outward and you're trying to create something for somebody else, and you're stuck inside of your own dysfunction, your own heaviness, that's a really, really, it's a mature energetic decision to not try to move out. It's all about making sure that your cup is filled, your cup is clean, and it's overflowing. That way, when you share, it's not like you're detrimenting yourself. It's not like you're taking away from yourself. And it's not like you're giving other people heavy things. It's almost like you are making sure that you're in a healthy enough space for you to have enough energy to then go and help other people. And this isn't selfish. There's a lot of people who will say that, no, you got to be 24/7 on for everybody else. And that's a bunch of crap, like don't ever think that you have to be the martyr and self-sacrifice yourself to the point of running yourself into the ground to make sure that other people are taken care of. Yes, you can do that when you feel good, because then it's naturally something that it doesn't take anything from you. Like right here, I'm very happy in my life. I'm very healthy with my energy because I use it a lot, and it doesn't take anything from me to do this work for all 12 of you guys and to show you guys how to do this, because I'm healthy, because I'm taken care of. And anytime that I have something that needs to get taken care of, I don't just let it sit in the background and fester. I immediately jump right into it and I take care of it. And this keeps me on my game so that I can then help you guys. I can take my torch and light it so that you guys can then light your torches from that. And don't ever think that you have to be perfect on all the outside levels. If you're not able to take care of yourself, you're not ready to go to that outside level. And so that being said, let's start really cleaning this out right here. Now, I'm almost 100%, you were the person that I was tuning into earlier. When we were doing the emotional releases, I felt just sobbing. I felt huge expansions and openings and understandings and epiphanies, and it was still, there's a lot going on there. Is that correct? Was that you?
that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
So yeah, no, you actually got me tearing up a little bit right there. I was feeling the effects of some of the stuff that you were kicking out right there. And again, you are right where you need to be right here. And this is exactly why we have the recording. We can come in, we can do all this work, and after you can start working on other people once you feel good enough because time and space means nothing. And as you guys go back through this, you can actually work on each other again. And you can feel the effects of it too. So it's actually kind of cool to notice that you've got like this big wave of energy suddenly rushing through you as you, somebody, you know, 7 or 8 days later is doing the energy work on you again. So, but again, it's all about being where you are comfortable. And right now you're not comfortable looking outside. You've got too much that you have to look at right now. So this is what we need to go into. So right now, when you inhale laughter and light into the body, what emotion starts to come up?
Well, I'm struggling to think of issues that make me happy because it's being overshadowed by all my anger and resentment, you know.
Well, we don't need situations. We need the direct feeling itself. So let's actually go back into that then. What I want you to do is just put that gentle smile on your face and just drop the words, drop the story. And what I want you to do is inhale the feeling of that smile in the tingling right into the abdomen. And start to turn that up and feel that warmth, feel that softness, really starting to become stronger.
I'm trying.
No worries, just keep going. Carrie May says, okay, so this is what I'm sensing with Martina. Heavy heart, chest space, ping in the heart on the left side, also stomach on the left side. Huge cramp, my stomach immediately tight, left side. Yes, this is a lot of the stuff that I'm feeling as well. There's a lot of sadness inside of her chest. This lung field, the lung meridians start in the thumbs. These are actually the ones that we're going to start cleaning out for Martina real quick. But they start in the thumbs and they go all the way up the arm into the lung itself. And when we experience sadness and grief, like when you're so sad that you're just sobbing uncontrollably and you don't have a way to look out to anything else, it's a feeling of raw, wounded heaviness inside of the throat and the chest. Like all of this compresses and clenches up. And that's the physical feeling of that energy taking over inside of that area. And so what we're going to do for Martina real quick here is we're going to go right through the thumbs and we're going to inhale a smile tornado all the way up through the arm, through the shoulder, and into the entire lungs from the solar plexus all the way up into the top of the chest right here. So go ahead and start inhaling towards her, creating a big light, a big ball around her, and fill this full of laughter. And really, really tune into very powerful sensations of joy. She's got a lot of stagnant emotional energy, and in order to clean that out, we have to tune into very pure frequencies, the opposite that undoes it. There we go. And take your hands and gently reach them out towards her hands. And you're going to inhale through the thumbs all the way up into the lungs. And you're going to feel the lungs start laughing from the inside. Use each exhale to drop more weight right out of the body. And that connection on the left side that you're feeling there, Carrie, that's the stomach and the spleen. This is worry and anxiety directly connected to the adrenal and the kidney right below it. And so there's this panic fear response that starts off with anxiety, which usually it's the sadness or the grief that starts to pop up, that starts to get the mind turning, and it starts looking into different levels of blockage, different levels of damage, and then it starts bringing it into that anxious state and then into that fear state. Is that familiar for you, Martina?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. So what we're going to do here, now that we've got the lung field nice and clean in the chest, we're going to light up on the inside. And then we're going to push this all the way down and through the left side of the abdomen, through the entire left leg, getting everything from the front of the body to the back of the body. And it's like you're gently turning up a fire hose's worth of flow all the way through this, coming from the shoulder down through the ball of the foot. And what this is doing is it's starting to uncover the blockage that's hiding inside of the solar plexus and inside of the chest. And what's happening here is there's a parasite inside of this. And this looks like one that you guys can take care of here. We don't have to stretch into different frequencies. And this is what about maybe 85 to 90% of everything is inside of. It's really easy to take care of. It's only a small percentage that goes outside of that we have to have a different awareness for. But what we're going to do, I want everybody to shine directly at the back of her heart space and the back of her solar plexus and try to force light through this area. And see how that's being resisted. and start mapping out that resistance, feeling where the light goes around it, and give yourself a 360-degree view of this. Now we're going to put on a gentle smile and start inhaling a tornado right into the very center of this hardness. Opening up this consciousness, and let's start feeding it sensations and information it doesn't know how to access, like empathy, compassion. There you guys go. See how that's starting to make it softer? Turn it up. Feel that innocent laughter starting to move through. All the way out to the very edges of this darkness, transmuting it from the inside out. Let's gently pull that loose. And what I'm doing is I've lit up my hands. I'm grabbing a hold of it. And again, just like a root right out of the dirt. Nice and gentle. There we go, Martina. How's that feel?
Yeah, lighter. I'm feeling lighter.
Go ahead and turn on that smile energy. Let's see how that feels.
Okay, it's coming back.
Yes, that's what we need right there. So what you were feeling right there, you had an extremely dense and heavy parasite that was hidden inside of these traumatic emotions. This is something that, let's actually get a number for you. This has been here a fair amount of time. It's been here almost 20 years. So this is something that's been holding on to triggers, holding on to emotions and thoughts and places in the past that anytime that it felt like it needed a boost of energy, it would just gently start pressing buttons that would make you think about a specific time and a place. And then you would start feeling the emotions from that. That would compound on itself. And then all of a sudden you're inside of that sad, anxious, fearful state. And that's the food that it was using. That state right there is an absolute red flag for you. As soon as you feel that, immediately recognize this feels like crap. I don't like it. And then start to change it. Start bringing in that smile energy. Start bringing in that joy. And right now, do you feel how much more space is inside of the solar plexus than the heart space right now?
I'm feeling a lot better. Yeah, a lot happier.
Good. Start inhaling that light and that smile into those spaces where that heaviness was taking up residence right there. And start filling it up with what you want. And that's something that we have to really remember, is because once we clean out something, there's emptiness, there's neutral space, meaning that we can then take it and turn it into whatever we want it to be. And if we don't do that, sometimes something can come back and pop into a place that we're not paying attention to. So, take it back.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Carrie says, sending you laughter and love to your armpits, my dear. LOL, I sense a fear of letting go. Wow, it felt like unraveling a dinner roll. Oh yeah, like when you start seeing these systems unravel, it's like a tension, a point of tension. Say for instance, like you grab a hold of somebody's shirt and you grab it and you just twist it up. It's almost like everything then pulls in forward like that, and you'll make the shoulders hunch over forward. If you released that tension right there, it's like all of a sudden everything unwraps and unrolls and it goes back to its natural state. And some of these things that unroll and unwrap like that, they aren't just, these little things that it's like a twist in the shirt or anything like that. You can actually unlock and unroll almost miles worth of energy inside of these traumas. And it's like all of a sudden you have to just step back and watch it go and keep that connection open and that flow going directly into the earth or the sun, and then until it's gone. And once it's gone, it's like all of that space that wasn't supposed to be taken up, it was like a wormhole into nothing, and they can put as much as they want into that nothing. And so suddenly you've got a space that's about this big and you're carrying around like a suitcase's worth of information inside of it. And it's really simple. Just take it back, put what you want in there.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. All righty, is there anything else standing out there? Anything else you wanted us to take care of, Martina?
Oh, no, that's mostly it. Just, a lot of emotional pain that needs to come out, that's
and that's the thing. When you have something that's just like, no, you can't get rid of these. Rawr, this is my yummies. This is my snack. All you have to do is just keep playing around with it until all of a sudden it pops out from underneath the surface. It's like you're cleaning out the stinky from the stinky cheese. And then all of a sudden, once the stinky is gone, you can see where the cheese is and where all the stink is coming from. Then you can get rid of that, and all of a sudden it's not stinky anymore. So.
Well, hopefully.
Excuse me. So, so it's a matter of if. It's not a matter of when. It's a matter of if. And if you don't feel on the level that you want to be feeling, keep pushing. Keep going higher. And it will give you the awareness. You will start feeling these places inside of yourself that are refusing to move, that all of a sudden pop up and are heavy. And all you have to do is get rid of them. And if it's a parasite, if it's something that's conscious, you just wrap your light around it and you make it so bright and so powerful with that laughter energy that it has no way to get outside of it, because if it tries to go through it, it's getting dissolved. Then you just gently pick it up and you put it into the light, and it either converts into the light or it turns into zero. It restarts its soul journey over. And either way, a light being doesn't do stuff like this to people. And a brand new soul being doesn't even have any idea how to do this to begin with. So either way, you're taking care of it. And you know, there's trillions of these things here. So each one that you take care of, it's helping everybody out. So have fun with it.
Okay, thank you.
You are very welcome. Let's get you muted here. I can't see. Where are you at there? Okay, let me get you from this side here. All right, I've got Martina muted. Now we've got Jeanine, Carrie, Leanne, Martina. Okay, Michelle, you are next. I'm unmuting you here.
Hello.
Oh, I just muted you again, sorry. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
I'm good. I have, it's been hard for me to breathe for like 6 weeks now.
Mm-hmm.
And doing this work for the last hour or two, it's been even harder to breathe. And I feel like every time I do energy work, I kind of almost go, it feels like a panic attack. I start getting really dizzy. And then another thing I'll mention, I've kind of dealt with Bell's palsy on the right side of my face. And the whole time, the last 2 hours, the right side of my face has been extremely warm and heavy.
Interesting.
Something's
Definitely interesting. So I have worked with Bell's palsy a couple of times now, and by activating the nervous system energy, there is almost like a response. Like you have to get the transition of the energy to snap back and then bounce back and make a reception. And it's almost like with Bell's palsy, we have a flow going to, but absolutely nothing coming back. Wait, no, it's the opposite. It's like we have a flow coming back, but absolutely nothing going to. And what I'm feeling right now with that is specifically the back of your head right here. There's a nerve that does not have any information whatsoever going through it. And I'm seeing that actually clenching inside of the back of the heart space, and that's pinching the whole entire chest cavity right there. The more that you were doing the breathing, did it feel like everything was getting tighter?
Yes. And then I feel like I actually have stopped meditating for the last couple of weeks, because when I do, I just can't breathe.
Okay. So I think we need to do a combination of things here. First and foremost, we need to stop working on working with intensity on the energy work right here. And so what I want you to do is gently, ever so gently, and if you don't feel the flow, that's perfectly fine. You're going to want to gently dissolve it and then take it through with the next breath. But inhale a clean, smooth river of movement into the feet with a very gentle and a very slow inhalation, and pull yourself up to the top of the breath. And once you feel that tension and that tightness, push just a tiny bit into it and then relax and release. So do you feel how as you're doing that, it's like your intestines are almost wooden?
Yeah. Strange.
So that right there, this is one of the things that's causing a lot of this right here. So your serotonin levels created inside of the intestines are not on the level that they're supposed to be. Now, what is causing that? I'm seeing an imbalance with the liver and the gallbladder, the bile with the digestion. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is and what I'm going to walk everybody through here is how to open up through the heart space down into the abdomen right here. And so that microcosmic orbit that we were doing earlier, that was almost impossible for you to feel going down the front, wasn't it?
Oh, I didn't feel it at all.
So did you feel it going up the back?
A little bit.
A little bit, but nothing at all going down the front.
Right.
Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to open this flow up for her, and just think about what it feels like when you inhale the smile tornado up your spine, and then when you release that liquid flow down the front. And we're going to inhale and start bringing the light around her and towards her, shining it through, shining it in. And then we're going to pretend like she's got a smiling mouth right on the tip of the tailbone, and light your hand up like the sun, creating a ball of light right in that smile. And then pull as you're spinning this up the spine, feeling it laugh and echo lighting the head up like the sun. And on the exhale, start pulling this down the front like you're guiding liquid through clay. And the clay is not supposed to be there. And we're gently brushing this liquid all the way through until the clay starts to dissolve. And then we're connecting it all the way down to bring it back up the spine, down the front. There we go. You feel how your solar plexus is softening right now?
Yeah, I'm getting like lots of like goosebumps and.
So that's the chi flow. This is what you should have been feeling. So when you go back through this, it's going to make a lot more sense to you now. But what was happening is it's like the more you tried to lift up, the more you tried to push through, it was like the bigger the blockage got. And so it was like at a surface level that you couldn't recognize, and yet you could feel everything underneath that you were trying to pull up to the surface, and it was just building up and building up and building up. And then the place that you had to release was like that big. And so it was like it was catching and it wasn't going. And so it was like you were building it up more and more and more. And I'm actually not surprised that you were feeling tension on that level just because this block was in the way right there. Which, by the way, this is exactly why I don't have these meditations directly inside of like a YouTube video or anything like that. Because if I'm not here watching it, you can actually cause a lot of damage if you've got something going on like this and you don't have somebody near who knows how to release that. And which is, you know, I can't teach a lot of the stuff without being directly involved, either energetically or physically. And now that you know how to do this, it's going to make a lot more sense to you right there. So go ahead and take a big, deep smile into the body and see how that feels now.
Way more fluid.
You feel how much more lung capacity you have as well?
Oh my gosh, yeah. And my shortness of breath is pretty much gone away.
And so what's happening here, that fight or flight response that was going on, that tension inside of the abdomen, you had everything from the bladder at the very bottom that were connected directly into the kidneys, and then the uterus on top. This was all getting blasted with a huge adrenaline field. And so you had a little bit of anxiety, but it was actually more frustration up on the liver gallbladder side that was triggering all of this. And so it's like you'll get frustrated about something and then all of a sudden you're off on this whole entire mental tangent and you don't even know how you got there, right?
Right, totally.
That's the pathway that it's blowing out right there. So your red flag is hands down frustration. When you start getting into that space to where you like want to rip your hair out and you're like, oh, how can, why? You know, that right there, immediately start breathing into that with the smile energy. That's going to start destabilizing that field and it's going to de-trigger that in the moment. And when you can de-trigger a trigger in the moment, it's like you've just done work on it like 70 or 80 different times. It's like instead of having to go and find something that's not active, it's in the moment when it's active, you make it neutral, and all of a sudden you don't have that trigger anymore. If it does show up, instead of a 10, it's like a 1 or a 2. Make sense?
Awesome. Yeah, completely.
Good stuff. All right, now go ahead and take a big, deep breath full of light and laughter into the hands and the feet, and let us know if there's anything that's blocked up here. Anything painful, sore, tight, whatever it might be.
No, just the right side of my face just feels like 10,000 pounds.
Okay. So let's go into this right here. 10,000 pounds. This is a feeling that you have awareness of. And again, the first secret of body language is as soon as you have awareness, you have the ability to shift it. And so what I want you to do is just kind of lean over like you're trying to, almost like you're throwing up and you don't want to get anything on you. And what I want you to do is inhale into that weight, and everybody help her out at the same time. We're going to inhale into this from the outside, just like she's inhaling into it from the inside. And instead of just moving in through the physical musculature, you're going to inhale into the actual weight, that tension. It's like a pull where everything's heavy and it's all in there. And we're going to go into the center and start breaking it from the center, opening it out. And on the exhale, start forcing that to blossom open and drop that heaviness right into the earth. That was a huge release right there. What does that feel like?
Like, yeah, 1,000 pounds just came off my face. Wow.
Yeah, that was absolutely enormous. Do you feel how everything's lifting up right now?
Yeah, I feel super floaty.
That was a big one right there. Go ahead and inhale that laughter and the light. See how strong it is now.
Oh, so much stronger.
Look how magic you are. Stop.
Crazy. I've been dealing with this for, oh my gosh, going on 4 years.
Now, is there any movement? Are you actually getting neural activity in there? Can you move the face?
Yeah. I've healed quite a bit of it, but it still was sagging a little bit, and still I couldn't quite get that last like 15% out.
So what I want you to do here is start inhaling into the actual muscles. Feel the contours of the face, the jaw, the skull, everything in that area. And as you inhale into that, it's like there's an explosion that blew everything out. I want you to exhale and feel that explosion reversing and pulling everything back in, supple and tight, clean and rejuvenated.
Love that.
That looks way better. You're getting flow through the jaw now.
Oh, good. I feel it. It doesn't feel heavy anymore or hot. It just feels like more tingly, like sensations, blood flow is moving that I never had before.
Beautiful. Now, Bell's palsy, like that right there, when you look at your face and you see the whole side draining down, what emotion does that create?
Oh, just it's depressing. It's embarrassing. It's and some days are worse than others. Some days it looks okay, and other days it doesn't, and it's awful. And I've worked on it for so long, I just kind of felt like, it's just gonna be like this forever.
So there's three things right there: depression, embarrassment, and shame, aversion. Those three right there, just as much as that frustration, that is a trigger for you. And what's happening as you feel this, as you look in the mirror, as you dwell on it, as you feel these things, you're literally putting those emotions right here. That's that weight. That's everything that you felt right there. And so this is actually why injuries take so much longer to heal, especially if they're serious, because of the depression, the anger, that worry. You know, am I ever going to be okay? Is this ever going to work correctly again? Am I ever not going to hurt? All that worry, all that anxiety, it goes right into the scar tissue, and then it makes it take a lot longer to heal out. And so if you actually go into things that you are worried that are never going to be the same again, and you start filling it full of laughter and joy and innocence, your DNA activates and it says, hey, this isn't supposed to be this way. There's nothing in here saying it's supposed to be this way. Why is it this way? And then it fixes it.
Makes sense. It's almost like we self-sabotage.
Exactly. Our whole entire problem that we've got going on right now is self-sabotage. Right? Like all of it, like every last bit of it. You know, and even if we don't remember why we are here, there are reasons that we are here. Like there's a lot of stuff that we actually have created that led to this situation right here and right now in this reality, despite the fact that we don't remember even a lot of it. And despite the fact that we don't remember a lot of it, has nothing on the here and now, because right here and right now is what we want it to be. We just have to detect what is not what we want it to be and then fix it until it is.
Awesome.
Right?
Makes sense.
All righty, good stuff here. Let's go ahead and get you muted here, Michelle. Okay, so we've got Michelle. It looks like Monica is next. I'm unmuting you right now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think my problem is with finding joy in life. I'm way too serious. Like I think I have lots to work on my inner child. There's always some program running that you have to do it right now. So it's like self-imposed discipline and like preventing myself from relaxing, like controlling the situation. So is that a program, implant, or anything else?
This sounds more like a mental pathway than anything. It's almost like it's hard for you to let go of the words and the story level and go directly into the sensation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
So I think that's what we need to work on more than anything right here. So what I want you to do, we're going to go through the skin, muscle, bone levels. I want you to pay attention specifically to the solar plexus. And as you inhale, I want you to feel how the rib cage opens up above it, how everything is shifting and moving here, and start to really turn that up. See, and I'm not feeling much tingling activation here. Are you feeling it?
Not that much, no.
It's almost like it's like you're turning on a faucet that you know is supposed to be pouring like a solid stream of water and you're getting drips, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to do the same thing with Monica that we just did with Michelle. We're going to open up the central channel meridians because, again, I feel it in the chest and the solar plexus where this is blocked up here. And so what we're going to do, go ahead and put your hands up, inhale the light, inhale the laughter into the hands, and on the exhale, push it towards Monica, lighting up her field. Now, do you guys feel how it's hard to make this round and bright up above her? That right there, concentrate on it. take the energy where it's strong down below and inflate it. Make this get big up above her. And as you do this, notice how it is pressing down. There are anchor points that go out to either side of her. This is a parasite that's up above her. It's connected directly into her head. The crown, the back of the neck, the back of the heart space, and the back of the solar plexus. It's almost like a cap that's laying down over top, and then you have roots that come through the whole entire system. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to start from the very root, and we're going to push the light all the way up the spine, capping everything up above, and we're just going to move this out of the body and gently start pulling it up, lifting it out of the body. And don't take no for an answer. Grab down, clench, almost like you've got a pair of etheric pliers and you're gripping, and ever so gently connect into the sun up above her and feel the gravity that's locking the earth in orbit, pulling directly on this energy until you feel it release. And just start coming back, and any darkness, any heaviness, anything uncomfortable that you find, just go ahead and start releasing it, letting it go. What are you noticing right there, Monica?
I felt pain in my back, as if something was disconnected. So,
and it's almost like that place where the pain was, it's opening up and getting warmer now, isn't it?
Yes, yes it is. So I feel much lighter.
Mm-hmm. Now go ahead and take a big deep breath into the body and turn up that volume dial of the musculature, and let's see if we can get some tingling. Much better, much better. How's that feel there?
Yeah, I feel tingling in my hands a lot.
Very good. All right, so go ahead and start inhaling into that hands and the arms, into that tingling sensation, and light that up. Make that a lot stronger. And this is going to start building up until you can feel it pour into the heart space. And as she's doing this, everybody, let's open up the microcosmic orbit, pretending she's got a smiling mouth right on the tip of the tailbone, and moving your hand with leading that light, spinning it up like the sun, all the way up into the head, and then bring this down around the top side, cleansing the forehead and flushing all the way down through, releasing any weight that you find into the earth, into the sun. Oh, there's another parasite down inside of your intestines here as well. This is inside of the left kidney area, psoas area. So everybody, as we're bringing this up over the top and then down the front, pay attention to how that down the front doesn't move as cleanly on that left side down near the abdomen, and start moving from both directions, the front and the back, pinching this into the center between two brilliant orbs of light, and start inflating that laughter energy, nice and strong. And this is holding into fear emotions. This is panic and fear, that anxious anxiety explosion of adrenaline. And we're going to start opening up the kidney meridian. Again, this starts at the collarbone and goes all the way out the bottom of the foot. So light it up in the shoulder and push all the way down through the place this is hooked into. And it's almost like we're dissolving its anchor point. There it is. Let's grab a hold of this and gently pull it free of the body, right into the fires of Gaia, right into the fires of the central sun. There we go, Monica. How's that feeling?
It feels great. My back pain just dissolved. It's gone.
Good. Very good.
Yes.
So again, the reason that we have pain in the body is muscle memory that is pulling bones out of alignment and pinching nerves. The reason for the muscle memory to be doing that is just trauma, tension, anxiety, whatever it might be that's locked up inside of the muscle. It's not joy. It's not happiness. It's not forgiveness. It's not love. It's something that causes everything to get tight, and then it just creates tension. And pain is a byproduct of that. And so right now, go ahead and take a big, deep, tingling breath full of light and laughter into the body, and tell us how that feels.
It feels much better. It's actually, I feel like smiling now.
Good.
It's fantastic. Thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much.
You're very welcome. That's why I'm here. You know, there's so many different ways out of these crazy labyrinths, and oftentimes it's way easier than we really think it is. We just got to think out of the box sometimes. Now,
Yes,
I definitely want to keep moving with Monica here, but hold on. I've got Sandy says, I'm interested in entity or implant removal as I see a snake-like thing in my aura. I also see a cylinder thing with circles in it like orbs. I've also been on UFOs, so wondering if it's an implant. we are definitely going to be getting to you to address that right there. And that's a good thing, because that's going to give us more of a tutorial to actually start detecting these things and removing them, because it's all about the awareness. If you can create very strong fields of energy inside of your body that are the opposite of these things, you can become aware of them. And it's just about developing that until you can feel them. I had removed a family says, I have removed a snake-like thing around my heart chest cavity, oddly on an airplane. You know, that's actually kind of funny. Airplanes, when we get to 35, 36,000 feet, something around there, we're actually closer to that veil of quarantine on the outer edges of the atmosphere than we are on the surface population, as well as being really far away from a lot of the electromagnetic interference. And you can actually tune into much, much stronger energies when you're that high up off of the ground. And anything that you weren't paying attention to that you couldn't feel because of the density around you, you can actually release it on that level, because it's just by getting that far away from the planet and closer to galactic consciousness, you're actually lifting your vibrations. So that's a really interesting observation right there. So with Michelle and Monica, Carrie May says, I feel like sleeping on other ones was like, I was like they were hidden or something when you join the two energies in the tummy area. I felt like swirling. So I think what she's trying to say is she was detecting things that were dormant. And it was like as soon as it popped out, like once we got the energy to clear out of the area enough, it was like all of a sudden you could see it. And the way that I look at this is I can only go as far into clearing as the client will allow me to go, meaning that their strength and their awareness is how far we can actually take this. And as Monica's awareness started to open up, she was able to feel more, and it allowed us to actually see things that were connected into her, because she had energy then moving through the system, and it wasn't all just blanked out. It wasn't all just monotone. Suddenly there was something that we could see inside of it. And another equivalent that I like to put on this right here is it's almost like we've got a flash flood that covered everything in mud, and we can only see that flat layer of mud up top. And as we start going deeper into it and we clean out the mud, suddenly we start running into, you know, cars or trees or rocks or whatever it might be in there. But we have to clean out those surface levels to even realize there's something in there to begin with. And then we just keep following it down layer by layer, further and further. So that was actually a really good identification with Monica right there. And Sandy says, wow, thanks for sharing. Yeah, you're very welcome. Now, Monica, now that we've got a little bit of time passed in between then and now, is there anything that's popping up? Is there anything uncomfortable, anything sore?
No, actually, everything feels good. My body feels good. There's no pain.
So that's exactly where we want to be right there. The body is supposed to not have pain inside of it. Your natural state is pain-free and feeling good. Your mind is supposed to be silent. You're not supposed to have noise, always talking and jabbering away inside of your head 24/7. The only noise you're supposed to hear inside of your head is your voice when you're actively speaking. And on the other level, the emotional state, we're not supposed to be experiencing mild states of depression or anxiety or anger all the time. We're supposed to be satisfied, contented, relaxed, nice and gentle in our center space. And this right here, the more you find yourself inside of it, the more obvious it's going to be when you pull out of it. And so you have the ability to bring yourself back into it. And now, especially now that you've got the energy flowing and it's a lot more open and clean, go back through these meditations, go back through this understanding, give it like, you know, a day or two to rest on it and really integrate, and then go back to it. And it's going to make a lot more sense for you, as well as being a lot more powerful. So thank you for joining us today, Monica. Let's get you muted here. All righty, Sandy, you are up. I'm unmuting you right now. Can you hear me? Well, I'm trying to unmute you. Yeah, you're going to have to unmute yourself there. Oh, wait, no, you don't have your microphone working, do you? All right, that makes more sense. All right, so Sandy, go ahead and in the chat box, I want you to just kind of put a little bit of a synopsis of what you've been feeling when you were working on other people, what you've been feeling when you were working on yourself, and anything that you want us to take a look at. And then I'm going to move on to the next person here, and then we'll come back to you next. So we have 360-531-4883. I completely and totally forgot your name. I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's Juliet.
Hi, Juliet. How are you feeling right now?
I'm good. Thanks. I'm enjoying this immensely.
Yep, me too. That's why I do it. So now, what are you feeling when you're working on everybody around you?
I'm feeling a lot of different things. I'm nonstop smiling. I feel quite giddy, just having a lot of fun. But I am having issues with my right shoulder.
Okay.
And
So,
as I've been
oh,
here, it gets worse, and then it gets better.
okay.
And then it goes into my right hip as well.
Okay. So this is actually a really good pathway of connection that you're tuning into right there. The kidney meridian is what I'm seeing on this one as well. So not only are you not getting the energy flowing through the body that you're supposed to be getting, you're having fear and panic emotions that are clogging the base foundation of this. And then this is moving all the way up into the liver, creating frustration and anger. It's like you'll feel yourself being anxious and worried about something, and then you'll kind of get angry at yourself over that, right?
Yeah.
So that right there,
Yeah.
we're definitely tuning into the right connections here. So what I
Yeah.
want you to do, I'm going to walk you through self meridian clearing, as well as walking everybody through clearing the meridian itself. And so again, it starts right underneath the collarbone, and it goes straight down through the kidney and out the inside of the leg, and then down through the bottom of the foot. What you are going to be doing here, Juliet, is you're going to light up your left hand and pull laughter and motion inside of the palm right here, and on the exhale, blossom this out like a golden lotus, as bright as the sun. And you're going to have your hand over top of your shoulder, and as you exhale, you're going to push that down all the way into the kidney. In your kidney, you're going to have your other hand over right here, and it's almost like you're pushing with the top and you're pulling with the bottom, and you're going to move that all the way down. It's like you're turning on a flow that is eventually going to pop right down through your leg. Let's get this all together. Everybody go ahead and inhale around her. Feel the space around her get bright, nice and clean. And place your hand over top of her right shoulder and collarbone, your other hand on the kidney, and push down. There we go. That's moving through some sadness inside of the lung field. Go ahead and inhale into your lungs, like the actual feelings of the lung tissues themselves, and echo those with laughter and start dropping some of that sadness out. There it goes. You feel how that's opening into the lower abdomen there?
Yeah.
Start inhaling into that kidney. Start blossoming open the kidney and flushing that down through the leg, just like you did for the upper shoulder there in the lungs. What Juliet is doing right now, you can do this with any meridian. You just have to look it up and see where it starts, see where it ends. And it's very simple. It's just a push and a pull. You find the organ that's connected to, and you push energy through it while you're pulling into the organ, and then you push it out of the organ, out the end of the body where it goes through. Some of them go from the feet to the head. Some of them go from the head to the feet, or from the body to the hands, and vice versa. Now, how's that feeling there, Juliet?
Yeah, it's feeling better. It's interesting that you were saying about the fear, because I didn't really realize that that's what was going on, because I'm always like, I'm really super strong, and, I do a lot of healing as well. So I think I might have been hiding that a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's exactly what goes on with these things. We can do some very powerful lying to ourselves, And if you're feeling fear and you're getting angry at yourself for feeling fear, oftentimes what you do is you morph it into a state of motivation. It's like an anxious excitedness that I've got to do something. And so instead of being in one spot and being fearful, you're like, I've got to do something. I have to complete something. I have to fulfill whatever this is. I'm burning. I've got to do it. And yes, that's useful in some aspects, but when it's coming from fear, if it's motivated by fear instead of you're excited to do it because you're joyful about it, oftentimes it creates echoes inside of the world that the founder energy then starts pulling more of what we created it with back into it. And so even if you're doing some really good stuff in the world around you, if it's based off of fear, it's going to end up creating more fear. And this is exactly why this movement and everything that we're doing here with Unleashing Natural Humanity, it's all about generosity. It's all about love. It's all about joy. And I refuse to allow myself to step into a fear motivation. Yes, there are fearful things in the world around us. There's a lot of really messed up stuff going on. But when you start actually connecting in on this level and you realize that your energy that you're inside of the body with, it just transitions outside of the body when you're no longer here. That deletes a lot of the fear on the planet to begin with. And when you're not scared of dying, when you're not scared of that separation on that level, it allows you to really look at everything in a completely different light. And instead of a motivation like, if I don't do this, then this is going to happen, so it has to get done, it's like, hey, if I do this, then this is going to happen, so it has to get done. You know, and that right there, it creates a space to where other people can interact with that founder energy, and it starts to explode into the world around you. And you can create massive ripples across the collective consciousness just by being an example, being yourself. And, you know, that right there, when we start to recognize that and we really get down to, well, why am I doing this? What is this motivated by? What is the feeling? How come I feel compelled right now? Is it because if I don't do this, then something's going to happen? Or if I don't do this, then nothing's going to happen, you know, and it's
Right.
one of those things that you just really, just like how we got from the cerebral breathing pattern into the body breathing pattern, just by that simple perspective shift, that's all you have to do with it. And those simple perspective shifts, you just look at it in the way that you want to experience it, and it has to embody that. Now, that being said, you have to be realistic sometimes, you know, so if you're in like a hurricane or a tornado or something like that, and there's some crazy stuff going on, you got to pay attention to the physical. You know, sometimes the fear is a good thing to get you to either A, fight or fly. And sometimes it's something that you need to go in and clear out afterwards. But in a physical situation like that, you don't want to just be sitting there and watch that tornado barreling down on you and breathing laughter and joy into yourself. Like, oh, look at it. It's so cute. You know, like, make sure that you're safe and be realistic with the physical reality around you. But at the same time, if it doesn't have anything to do with the physical reality and it's all these problems that you're taking your own internal dialogue too far and hurting your own feelings, like, you don't need to do that. You just drop that and let it go. And, you know, just play around with it and have fun with it.
Yeah, I suppose it reminds me of like sort of like a being warrior, you know?
Yes.
And I realized that, you know, I can't save everybody or everything, and I just need to be more embodied and in myself, and in that way I'm more supportive to my own self and everybody else. So I'm kind of getting there. I'm like in that transitional stage. So yeah.
So one of the biggest transitions I ever had was when I went from being a fighter into a peace generator. I grew up in the martial arts world. I was fighting in the amateur MMA circuit in Reno for about 2.5 years. I got my black belt when I was, how old was I? I was like 14 years old. And the place that I went to, the guy, his name was Dave Marinoble, and he was an international kickboxing and Thai fighting champion. And this guy was training Navy SEALs. He was training special forces. Like, the best of the world came to learn from this guy. And that's where I grew up in. That's everything that I learned how to do. I learned from him on that level. And when I moved to Reno when I was 18, and here I was still very, very highly skilled not in control of my temper whatsoever. And when I started getting into more altercations, more fights, more things like that, and it led me directly into that brutal world of underground fighting, of fighting in the amateur circuit. And that was kind of my motivation for a lot of this work. Once I finally stepped back from a lot of that and I allowed myself to rest and I started doing more yoga and starting to be softer in my body, when I realized that this was going on, that we've got these, quote, demons, because that's, the only word to really call them, is they're really nasty negative parasites and vampires that don't have bodies, which is in essence a term of a Christian demon, I guess you could say. And when I started to recognize this, I immediately was like, oh my God, this is something that it's happening. Everybody's got it going on. Nobody knows about this. We have to do something. And so I started creating my light swords, and I would go travel the ether and I would just hack and slash and cut things to pieces, blow things up. And it was effective. It really was. Don't get me wrong. I was doing good work. There were things that were opening up and cleaning out because of that. Stepping back and recognizing that these things are inside of a system of fear and domination and control that makes our system look like child's play. it really opened
Yeah.
up the doorway for me to understand that these things are doing this messed up stuff because they've never experienced anything else. They don't know what joy is. They've never experienced love. And that opened up the doorway for me to feel really, really sorry for these things, because it's sad. It really, really, truly is that they have so much pain that they have to hurt other people in order to feel better, in order to keep going. And
Right.
when I stepped out of that warrior phase into very firm but compassionate boundaries with a gentle smile on my face and love in my heart, this work, it exploded thousands of times stronger. And I can do things now that the Eric who was the etheric assassin, I couldn't even comprehend it. And the work that I can do now, it goes much, much deeper. There's a lot more comprehension. There's a lot more understanding. And more importantly, instead of fighting the symptoms, we go right to the cause of it. And then we get rid of the cause and the symptoms collapse behind it. Simple as that.
Wow, that's lovely. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that so much.
You are very welcome. You know, and this is why I'm here. I've done a lot of this work. I've done an incredible amount of self-introspection because, again, I'm stubborn and I won't take no for an answer, you know, and I've done a lot of this stuff, and anything that I don't know how to do, I've got a system to figure out how to get it done anyway. And if I've got something that it pops up right here and I can give you a little bit of information that's going to help the perspective, it's going to help your energy flow further, go faster, that's what we're here for. You know, this information isn't mine. Like, you guys have to buy my time and my expertise, but this information isn't mine. That's why it's so free, you know, and share it. Like, which, by the way, with this recording, I don't mind if you actually share it with friends or family. It'd be really beneficial for them to learn this too. I just ask that you don't put it on any websites or on any social media or anything like that, because it is an unlisted video and you're not going to be able to access it just through my YouTube channel. You're going to have the direct link for it. So, but it's not mine. You know, this is information that I have experienced and felt inside of myself through my own exploration that you can tap into just as much as I can. And if I'm trying to be the only faucet of this information and to hoard that faucet, quote unquote, space, then what happens to the other people who have information that I don't know about, who are better than I am at that, you know? Like, that's not my place to get in the way. It's all of ours. And so the more that we can really understand in this moment, in this place, in this time, the more we can go out and we can fulfill further into the reality around us. The more we do this, the more reality changes, until all of a sudden, here's that rapture, here's that event, here's that golden age everybody knows is coming, but thinks it's something happening to them. It's not happening to you. You're creating it. And as you clean yourself out, you're making it happen even faster. So thank you.
Lovely. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. Looking forward to the workshop too.
Yeah, me as well. Like, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited about it. All right, let's get you muted here. Looks like we've got some more chats coming up. As we were moving the energy, my neck is vibrating like a twitch. It started right away as soon as she popped on. Yeah, again, Carrie, I think that your empathic tools are like much more highly advanced than most people, simply for the fact that you were trying to pick up water with a net. And now that you have barriers around this, you can, instead of seeing that person's sad because I feel their sadness, you're starting to recognize, like, hey, I feel this over there and it's resonating inside of me, but it's not actually affecting you. It's like a reflection of what's happening there. And then you can start intuiting how to release it from that perspective, and then you can show them exactly how to do it while you're working on it too. I'm actually really excited to see what you end up doing with clients in the future. It's going to be really interesting. Will this video be sent to us later, email later? Yes. So this is going to all be uploaded onto Zoom. And so then there's a downloading process onto the Zoom cloud. Then I have to download it to my computer. Then I have to upload it to my YouTube channel. So it's a fairly bit of time and process right there. And especially since we're pushing about 4 hours right now, this is going to be a fairly decent sized chunk of stuff that has to go through the internet waves right there. So if I can get this done by tonight, I'll send this to you guys by tonight, but at the latest, it'll be like 2 days from now. Okay, Sandy. So I knew days before that this was going to be a powerful group. When we worked on Martina, I busted out crying and I could feel intense emotional pain. As for myself, I'm wondering about the implants and entity, wondering what's blocked. Like you, I've seen these demons and my heart break for them. They are afraid a lot of the time and don't know what to do. Glad you said that. You know, and man, that fear, like this, I thought I had experienced fear beforehand, but to tap into the collective fear of these guys, to see their system dissolving and their food supply running out, man. Like the book of Revelation, it's not our apocalypse. They inverted it and they told us it's our apocalypse. It's actually a step-by-step instruction of exactly the end of their world. And these seals that are breaking, the 7 seals, these are the 7 levels of awareness that humankind is actually activating and opening up right now. And we're working on opening up the first one. And so we're not into the quote end times yet, but they all feel it coming. And it's sad. It's really, really sad to experience the frantic level of manic, uncomfortable franticness coming from these guys. And I don't wish that on anything. Even something that's trying to, you know, bite holes in my neck and suck my blood. You know, like it's not its fault that it's a vampire. You know, it's just like a mosquito. It's not its fault that it's a mosquito. That's the way that it was born, and it doesn't know any other way. But we can show them a different way, and that's what's so powerful about this. So, Sandy, let's actually connect in with Sandy here. I know that there's a few people who don't have the chat open because they're on the phones right now, but Sandy is here in the group with us. And I want everybody to look at this chat box that can and start inhaling and pushing the light and the laughter towards this frequency, towards this personality that wrote these words, that's interacting with us. You can do this with a picture, you can do this with an email, you can do this just by hearing about somebody. And the more you practice this, the easier it gets. And let's start to really light up her auric field. She was talking about finding a snake in her aura. And so we're going to try to make her aura as bright as we possibly can. And pay attention. Do you feel how the top of her head and the whole entire top of the body is not lighting up? It's not opening. Go up even higher. Go like 15, 20 feet above her. Make a very bright light. Fill it with laughter, and then bring this down, shining right at the top of her head, and turn up this awareness. What is this? What is blocking the flow? Turn it up. Demand understanding, demand knowledge. Some of you guys are driving it already. All right, let's just go then. So I want you to reach in and grab this blockage, and it's like right on the top of her head right here, but there's a big field of blockage up above her that's connected into it. Grab this crown on the top of her head and ever so gently start pulling this up and off of the auric field. And as you lift this out of the body, pay attention to where it's moving from. And I'm feeling the heart space. It's starting to activate and get brighter as we're moving this out. So take your other hand and start inhaling into the heart space. Make it bright, make it strong. And dissolve the blockage that this thing is hooked into, making it much easier to slide out of the body. Hooking right into the sun, feeling it pulling up stronger and more intense. Very good. How's that feel there, Sandy? Carrie May says, okay, cool. I never had any validation on all of it and this at all, so thank you. I just learned that I had a new tool. Thank you. It's not a new tool. It's a very old and familiar one. It was just not operating very cleanly for you. Now that you know how to use it, I'm really excited to see where you go with that. We're just going to wait here for Sandy to give us a little update on what she's feeling. And we're just going to keep on moving through and start actually cleansing and cleaning anything that we can focus on. And again, I'm feeling a blockage on the flow down the front of the body, just like we did with the other two ladies here. So let's go ahead and open up her microcosmic orbit, starting from the tailbone, moving this energy flow all the way up. And I find that if I have my hands lit up and I start brushing and stroking through, almost like I'm moving liquid through something, I get a much stronger and a much cleaner connection and a stronger feeling of sensation. I see tentacles down the throat and all around the heart. Yes, this is where that density is really starting to move in through. And those tentacles, they always come from somewhere. There is an origination point where there's a block or a break in the body that something can root into, and then the roots start to spread out. And that's what those tentacles are right there. And so when you start seeing those tentacles, inhale through the center of them, dissolving it from the center all the way back to where it comes from. And this will actually clean out that field of that root. And then it'll leave you with a hard spot where it's coming from. And that's what you can grab a hold of and start to gently pull out. Sandy says, great, I'm crying my eyes out as the front of my face face on down is feeling weird. You're starting to really get a good flow going right there. So crying, this means that we're releasing grief. There's a few things with the grief levels. We've got the large intestine, which goes around the whole entire outside of the abdomen underneath the solar plexus and all the way down to the hips. And then we have the lungs. So let's open up both of these fields right here. Now, the lung meridian is the thumbs. The large intestine meridian is the pointer fingers. And the pointer fingers, they actually don't even go into the intestines. They end up right here by the sinuses, by the nose. And so we're going to do one at a time here. And so, well, two at a time, but one meridian at a time. So we're going to get the lungs first. So go ahead and take your hands and light them up and pull that light and laughter all the way up through the thumbs, right through the arms and the shoulder sockets, lubricating all of these joints, and then light up the chest, light up the lungs, feel that echoing laughter, that joy going deeper, going stronger, more intense. Beautiful. Just like that. That's already starting to release what's caught inside of the lower abdomen right there. All right, switch fingers. We're going into the large intestine meridian and the pointer fingers and start pulling up through this pathway up the top of the arm. And then this one actually goes to the back of the shoulder socket right here and then comes up through the neck, then right into this point right here by the nose. What I'm going to do is light up this nose point here. There it goes. Much, much better. All right, Sandy, what I want you to start doing is inhaling through the actual intestines itself. Let's get you a cleaner technique, actually. What I want you to do is inhale through the esophagus, pulling like you're drinking golden clear liquid of laughter right into the stomach on the inhalation. And on the exhale, push this light and this laughter through the entire small intestine coil in the center, all the way to the large intestine coil, up and all the way around and right out the anus, like you're taking a big giant bowel movement of light and laughter, cleaning everything out here. Everybody else, start helping this pathway, but go through the teeth, almost like her teeth are hollow. And you're moving this energy through the teeth in the jaw, then all the way down into the stomach, then pushing it all the way through. Very good. That tension and heaviness that you're feeling in the abdomen right there, Nancy, start inhaling through that and release on that exhale, blossoming that open, dropping the weight. Very good. Much, much cleaner. All right, everybody just go ahead and maintain space while Sandy gives us an update here. And if you see anything, if you feel anything, go ahead and start taking care of it. I'm not the end all be all. I don't see everything. I see things where I put my attention. And if you're focusing on something that I'm not paying attention to, guess what? You're seeing something that I'm not. So take care of it. Carrie May says, LOL, nothing like a good poop. Something about poo that makes me laugh. You know, that's that little kid energy right there. You know, and if I find myself with really immature humor sometimes, I don't mind. I enjoy laughing. You know, so have at it. You feel tingling, bottom part of the hips. Yes, this is where everything's starting to open up. So the perineum, where the anus and the genitalia actually are, this is a major energetic organ, I guess you could say. It's not like it's an energy center, but it's a conglomeration of lymphatics, endocrine systems, and hormonal balance. And the nerves that end right here, this is the bottom of the central channel. It opens at the crown and it opens in the perineum. And as we get the intestines to release, as we start releasing sadness and trauma inside of the intestinal field, it releases everything. And that tingling sensation is the opening, the release of that tightness that all of a sudden you realize is tight, and then it lets go. More blood flow goes through, more chi goes through, and then that opens up the flow through the hip sockets all the way down into the feet as well. All right, Sandy, how are you feeling there? Now I'm laughing, so that's a plus, and I have problems with my bowels, so this is great. Yeah, that right there is definitely something that I was tuning into right there. The woodiness of the intestines when they are not flowing cleanly through, not only are you holding on to resonances and creating resonances that block up muscle memory and cause pain and tension, you're also not absorbing your food in the way that you're supposed to. And so if your intestines are really tight, if they're really hard, if they're really bound up, it's not even a fecal matter type of a thing. It's the energy of it. and the lack of energy flow, more importantly. And so you can drink all the water you want, but if you have this tension, this lack of integration into the intestines, you're going to have poor hydration. The bowel movements are going to be uncomfortable. The digestion's not going to give you anywhere near as much nutrition as you're supposed to have, you know, so on and so forth. All of this is connected in here, but more importantly, your intestines are tubes of neural tissues. They're just like your brain matter, except it's in your abdomen. This is the tubes of resonance for the belly brain, the gut instinct. And this is the transceiver and the broadcaster of the frequencies that operate outside of the words. And so when your intestines are not doing good on that level, your entire body is failing on that level. You can't access anywhere near the amount of light that you could beforehand if you had clean organs and flow going, which, by the way, is exactly why our society is designed to crunch us into the fetal position. You know, we're always looking down at the phone, we're always sitting down driving, we're always, you know, writing, we're on the computer, whatever it might be. It's all designed to pull us in toward the front and get all of these muscles on the front side to get really tight. And the belly breathing is one of the easiest ways to start really stretching open the belly. And then the other stretches that we were doing where, you know, we get the chest open, get all of that right there, that starts to reverse that flow, and that opens up physically a lot more movement through the organs themselves. And when you have more flow through the organs, not only do they work correctly, they repair the damage, and then they work. And when they are working, you stay young. And you know, that's the bottom line to that right there. All right, good stuff here. All right, Sandy, is there anything else that you want us to work on? Is there anything standing out, painful, sore, tight, anything like that? Sit here and wait until you turn. My middle back is tight. See, that's where I'm at right now. So what I'm seeing is the psoas muscles, those ones that I was talking about that connect into the front side of the spine all the way up to the solar plexus. It's like they've released in the abdomen right here, but as they get up closer to the top, they're pulling and they're tight, and it's pulling the vertebrae forward, and everything on the backside is splinting up, and so the whole rib cage has to kind of get tight on that level. So there's two places that this is coming from here: the pancreas itself, and then where the ribs meet. And so we're going to have to do a few different things here. So I want you to inhale directly into the solar plexus right here. And when you inhale into it, stretch these muscles open like balloons. And on the exhale, force this all to blossom open, because what's happening is these muscles are super tight and they're splinting and pulling them out of alignment in the back where they connect into the spine right there. And so we've got to get the back where it hurts to let go just as much as we've got to get the front side where it's pulling it and making it hurt to let go. And everybody else, start inhaling directly into the pancreas. That's the organ in the very center of the solar plexus. And let's just start bringing some clean feelings in here. Just like when we're trying to repair injuries, that explosion sensation that moved out, we're reversing that. We're pulling it back in, nice and tight, nice and supple, nice and clear. Beautiful, that's already releasing. Let me get this vertebrae to start shifting in the back here. And what I'm doing, like if you're actually looking at what I'm moving on right here, this is the spine, and then you have the muscles on either side. And this is T1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So about T10, 11, and 12. These vertebrae, you've got one that, if you're looking at it from this side, it's too far back like that. You've got another one that's twisted and then it's forward. And then you've got another one that's pulled back. And so you've got these three right here. And what I'm doing is I'm actively pressing into the muscles that are tight, and I'm trying to move the vertebrae back into alignment, and then I'm holding it there and I'm shifting it back and forth to see what's tight and what's clicking. And it's the front side of the spine right here on that left side. And I'm going to inhale into this, blowing it up like a balloon, stretching it open and blossoming it out, feeling that tension drop. There we go. Let's get these bones into place. Get these ribs in, get that all to shift, opening up the rib cage, shoulder sockets, collarbones, get the neck. There we go, Sandy. How's that feel? There's a little bit going on in that right shoulder. Let me clean that out. I felt that on the left side of the stomach as it moved through. Good. Now, the mid-back area that was tight, as that's releasing in the stomach, do you feel how that warmth is starting to move through and the muscle memories are relaxing? Now, that right there, is it at the same level? Is there still pain there? Do we still need to pay attention to it, or is that released now? Thank you so much. Huge release. Good. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 where it was at was where it was at. Is that at a 0 or is that at a 1 or a 2? Because if it's at a 1 or a 2, we can still go a bit deeper. 2. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually start going directly into this here. We're going to open that flow up the spine. Now, Sandy, I want you to inhale up the spine with us as we're moving this through. And then down the front. And as you exhale down the front, that feeling of release on that left-hand side, I want you to replicate that on the right-hand side and start feeling the places that are stuck on the right, releasing as well. That right there. Yes, keep going. That feeling, that softness, that opening, go deeper into the liver. Release and let it go. There it is. It feels better on my end. How's that feel on yours? Is that a 0 now? Perfect. Awesome. Is there anything else standing out, Sandy? See, and it's really funny when you start looking at this and you realize that, wow, I was really uncomfortable and now it's completely gone. This is nothing more than talking to your body in the language that it understands. It doesn't get words. It doesn't understand these metaphors for sensations that we're using to, you know, make these sound echoes with. And so when you start actually tuning into what you want it to feel like and then you make it happen, it's miracles. It really, truly is. I'm great. Thank you. Awesome, Sandy. All right, so we're going to get our next person here. It looks like we've got a 517-214-7755. Again, I don't remember your name. I apologize. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's okay, Eric. It's carrying me. You already got me.
Oh, that's right. You've got your phone going as well as the computer. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, then we have the last person then. So let's get you muted here, Carrie. Let's go family. It looks like I can't unmute you here. I don't think I actually introduced us. Like, I think you probably showed up a little bit late. Could you just type in the chat box what your name is and how you're feeling right now? And I guess while we're waiting, just everybody start going ahead and gently pulling in some laughter, some light into the body. On the exhale, feel it silky, feel it smooth, feel it opening up space. No tension, no tightness. Now, I'm not quite sure if this is actually somebody who is doing the workshop right now. They're not getting back to us here. So I think we're actually done. I'm not sure who the family profile is right here, but they're not getting back to us. And it doesn't look like they can even talk here. So I am 100% not certain of this here. Remote viewer. Yeah, maybe, huh, Carrie? Well, if that's the case, I guess we're done, and I thought we had one more to go. So regardless, if they're going to get back to us, they'll get back to us in the chat box, and then we can come back to them if they do pop up here when we get through this next level here. Now, what we're going to do right now is we're going to do a bit of group work. And right now, everybody, yeah, I get it. We're tired. We've been pushing quite a bit. All we have to do is just this last little bit, just focus here, really dig deep and start to really build this strength and put the hands up, inhale into the hands and push towards the center of the group. Feeling how it's not just a little ball that we're creating now. There it goes. It's like it spreads out and it fills the entire field that goes around us. And this right here, This is the energy that we've created. This is the energy that we have embodied, felt, experienced, moved. But this is a group. And for the end of the group session, we want to separate. We don't want to take anybody with us. We don't want to leave any of ourselves. And autonomy, sovereignty, it's very, very important when it comes to this work. And there's nothing wrong with consciously integrating, but there's everything wrong with unconsciously keeping your integration there. And so what we're going to do is draw ourselves back into us. Inhale from this field and pull everything of you back into you. Exhale and gently push out anything that's not you, feeling your neighbors really coming into fruition as their own individual lights around you. What's mine is mine. What's yours is yours. Gently reach your hand out to the left and to the right, grabbing the hand of the person next to you, feeling this sovereign, autonomous, powerful consciousness that is operating with you in harmony, in conjunction. And outside of the group, we can now see the separation. We can feel the separation. And from this separate place, let us create this manifestation for the next coming months that we wish to experience. Inhale all the love, all the joy, all the excitement that you can embody inside of this light, right into the center, not as a group, but as individuals coming together as a group. There it is. And now we look at this light, we look at the center, and with the filter of drawing in only the benefit of the highest good, take a deep breath from this manifestation that we've created and pull it into you. And exhale and feel it shoot through the entire body as it extends out into the future version of you. Just like you could feel yourself younger, feel yourself older, 5 or 6 months in the future, much brighter, much cleaner, much more aware, much more active. And now gently tilt this pathway like you're seeing this person downhill and you're starting to slide into them and you don't really have a choice. And as you slide into this future version of yourself, ever so gently, thank everybody in the group. Broadcast that gratitude. Thank you so much for going through this with me, for helping me on both levels, for working on me and being somebody I could work on. And ever so gently, feel yourself settling back into the body, pulling this massive light that we've connected out in the ether with back into you. That was good stuff. You guys are absolutely amazing. This was hands down one of my favorite classes. This was beautiful. Everybody who showed up today, so powerful, so strong, so connected in. And even if you had blockages that weren't allowing you to get to that level that you wanted to be, that determination, that push through, it was amazing. And again, I really, really wish I could draw better than I could so that I could show you some aspect of what I saw today. But let me try to encapsulate this as succinctly as I can. There is a light, almost like a sun, that has every frequency, every color, every possible aspect known to humankind that is emanating from inside of it, with a connection to all who came before, who are no longer here, who have had damage and trauma in the past that is still viable because the past is always now. And what we've done is we've cleaned out such a vast crowd of people, and this light, this color, this feeling is moving through all of them, and it's lifting up this very specific pocket of humanity up Everything that's connected into this is moving upwards as well, including all the people who, 15, 20 generations back, we don't know where those family lines went. And there are people who are alive today who have these genetics, and they're a part of this too. They're starting to feel that relief. They're starting to feel that opening. And the supernova activation explosion that happened multiple times today for many of you, this was an opening of something that you already knew was there. You just didn't have an awareness of feeling. Just like right now, you know for a fact that you're wearing clothes, but when I bring your attention to them, all of a sudden it's very obvious. You can feel the shirt, you can feel the pants. The same thing with the gravity pressing you down. You know that you're connected to the gravity of the earth, but as you tune into it, it becomes much more obvious, much more intense. And this is just the gateway. This is just the doorway. We've opened this up, and you have now walked a few steps on this pathway right here, but this goes so far forward. It does not stop. And I'm only like a couple steps ahead of you guys comparatively. And yes, it's a lot more that I can do because of that, but that's only because I've been on this path. It doesn't make me better. It doesn't make me stronger. It makes me human, just like you. And you can do this too. And the more you practice, the more you refuse to be a victim inside of your own reality, and you step up and take responsibility for everything, including the bad things as well as the good things. That's when we start moving through. And what everybody just did today, there are no words, and this is coming from a guy who translates energy for a living. There are no words. It's beautiful. It's absolutely fundamentally pure and pristine. And there is such a clean vibration that everybody opened up today. Do not stop. Keep moving forward. Even if it's just 5 minutes a day doing this breath work, it's more than enough to keep you aware. It's more than enough to keep it open. And 5 minutes just isn't enough time, because as you go through it, you'll recognize it. And you'll start spending more time doing this work, not because you have to, or not because it's being forced upon you, but because it feels good and you love it. And that's the whole journey. That's the whole path right here. That's what we're supposed to be doing, is finding something that we enjoy, that we love, and then staying inside of that. And as we do that, it builds a resonance that can't have anything that is that opposite resonance inside of it, and it cleanses it by proxy. We become suns. We turn on, and anything that's dark, it tries to shut us down, and it dissolves just by being inside of our field. That's why we're here. Alrighty, so thank you from Carrie Mae. You're very welcome. So beautiful and wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Any energetic hugs. That's from Juliet right there. And then hugs to you all. Thank you. That's from Sandy. All of you, thank you. Like, I just can't say that enough. Like, you guys definitely had benefit from coming here and learning this from me today, but you don't understand the benefit that you guys give to me. Every single person who I am able to show how to do this, who is stepping up on these levels, you're stepping up side by side with me. We're moving into the dawn of human evolution, into a brand new future, into a place that we never knew was even possible. And every single one of you, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for coming with us. Thank you so much for pushing in this direction. And the sky is the limit. Honestly, the sky's not even the limit when we can go to the edges of the universe. Like, the sky isn't even a barrier anymore. And that right here is where we want to be. Focus on what you are excited about. Focus on what you are passionate about. And anytime that something comes up that it draws you down, you feel that vibration drop, that is an opportunity for you to learn how to become better. That is an opportunity for you to release inside of yourself something that you didn't even know was there. That's an opportunity for you to achieve higher levels of resonance than you even knew was possible. And as you keep on moving upwards, as you keep on opening up the doorways to recognizing it's not moving right here, and then you move through, you clean it out, it's going to open the doorway to that next level of awareness, that next level of resonance that you can then start applying, you can start using, and you can just build your repertoire. You can build your frequency portfolio. You can build your toolbox until all of a sudden you are this sun. You are this shining standard in the darkness that there's nothing that can get through. I haven't had an etheric attack in like 2.5 years now. And when I do have negative energies that I come into contact with, it's almost 100% of the time because I'm dealing with other people and I'm cleaning stuff out for them. Now, this doesn't mean that I'm immune to this. This means that I am constantly aware. And an etheric attack only becomes an etheric attack when you allow that vibration to then take over resonance. And so if you start finding yourself thinking about or feeling things that you don't enjoy, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Don't try to tell your brain to shut the story off. Go into the emotion, go into the feeling, and turn it into what you want it to experience. And then there's nothing that can even touch you. You're completely free. That's what this is all about. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much. Like, this was such a beautiful, beautiful session today. You guys did so phenomenally awesome. Now, the YouTube video, the replay, I'm going to leave the comment section open. That way we can share emails. We can talk with each other if we need to. Because honestly, I have a feeling that the people in this group right here today are a bit more connected than they realize. There's very similar soul family sparks that are here inside of this place today. And if you guys follow those, if you start finding the people that you resonate with and you start just figuring out, you know, who are you? What do you like to do? You're going to start running into some really interesting similarities and synchronicities. And if you move forward into the future with friends who already know how to do this, then you have backup. You can ask for help. Say, hey, I don't know what's blocking me right here. Can you send some light? Can you send some movement? Like, what's going on? What do you see? And then you can work on it together. And it's always easier when you're just laying back and letting somebody else work for you, as well as working on the inside yourself. So, you know, have fun with it. Play around. Thank you, lovely beings of light. That's from Monica. Michelle says, thank you, Eric and everyone. Today was amazing. Grateful. You know, it really, truly was. You guys did excellent. Carrie says, oh, that makes sense. It usually does once you understand it in the way that it makes sense. And sometimes all we have to do is just get out of the way of everything that we're taught and look at it for what it is. And when we look at it for what it is, it's really simple. You know, it's either A or B. And everybody's trying to talk about it being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, or 10. You know, it really sinks itself down. It's either A, I like this, or B, I don't like this. And then the story doesn't matter. You know, everything's inside of that. And when you truly enjoy the way that you feel, the world changes around you. And that's just the bottom line. All right. Now, I always find when I come to the end of these, I don't like letting you guys go, even if we've been here for like 4.5 hours. So I'm just going to have to power through this and call it quits. We're done for today. Everybody did absolutely excellent. So the email that you're going to be getting this from, it's from insight@unleashingnatural-humanity. Go ahead and reply to that if you have any questions, if you have any comments or any concerns or anything that you wanted to cover in the future. This is what I'm here for. This is my job. Don't think you're going to bug me or anything like that. This is my bread and butter. This is what I do. Anybody who is learning these things and starts to step up into different levels of awareness and have questions on that level, yeah, I will teach you everything that I can over email. If we don't have to do a session or a class, you better believe I'm going to get you whatever you need right there. So don't be a stranger. Don't hesitate to reach out. And let's just keep on moving forward. Thank you all so much. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.